Recorded?
Yes.
So you want us to be at the microphone. All right. Well, welcome and good morning, everybody. First things first, we will break when the coffee and breakfast items arrive, and we will modify the itinerary accordingly. So stay tuned for that. And I want to thank everybody who's here for joining us for this program. It is a small audience by design. It is a small and select audience by invitation. And so we really hope and we really need your participation in today's event in order to make it a success. I'm Lee Schwartz. I'm the geographer at the Department of State. The Secondary Cities Initiative comes under my office, under its Humanitarian Information Unit. It's a project that's been going on for 4 years. We get our funding from the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, and I thank them for their support. And it is a participatory mapping project fundamentally. And so the theme of participation is key for today's event. We need your participation. And speaking of participation, I want to also thank our other partners in today's event and in the project in general. Harvard's Geospatial Geospatial Center for CGA, Center for Geographic Analysis, and Jason Ura, and in particular Wendy Guan, who's been a partner with us for many years in a variety of initiatives, and also the National Science Foundation's consortium on spatial temporal analysis. This program is actually funded through that consortium of Santa Barbara, Harvard, and George Mason. Another partner we've had in a project is the American Association of Geographers, the AAG, and they deserve our thanks as well. And mostly, I want to provide some thanks to all of our various partners that we have in our projects in the field. We've got Gaston Mbaglu from Douala, Cameroon. You'll hear from him later today. But the whole foundation of our Secondary Cities Initiative is built on partnerships with local government, partnerships with local NGOs, partnerships with universities in particular, to draw on local knowledge to contribute human geography or local understanding of the complex challenges that are facing rapidly growing cities in the world today. So the origin of our initiative actually had to do with when my office was very concerned that the State Department and all of its various partners, such as USAID, who you'll also hear from today, where's Chad Blevins, were really lacking information in a lot of the world's cities where we were increasingly having difficult getting to out of our embassies and other areas where we had our own employees located. And increasingly, those are the areas where you had rapid urban development and growth and problems and difficulties of urban sustainability. And so we needed to design a project that would give us the ability to reach out into those communities and gain their local knowledge so that we could better inform decision makers how to provide the right programs for the challenges that those various different communities needed to meet. So we're in the 4th year of this initiative now. You'll be hearing a little bit more about it from our next speaker. And we are trying to focus in our 3rd and 4th years on how we sustain these projects. So it's sort of a dual sustainability function, if you will. The projects are about urban sustainability, but we also have to think about sustaining the projects. And that's the impetus for today's meeting. We drew on people from industry, people from academia, people from the NGO community, to try to get their best practices for how they've managed to sustain a project, a good project, after government funding, after donor funding lapses. This is a huge challenge in much of the developing world. And that is the challenge that I want to leave you all with today. And that's the reason for the breakout sessions this afternoon. So we're asking for your participation. We're asking you to put your thinking caps on, and hopefully at the end of today's program, we will have some concrete recommendations that we can apply to our Secondary Cities project that we can provide to our partners to give them an idea as to how they can self-sustain the programs that we've given a jump start to. We started a few things already you'll hear about, like our regional hub initiatives and our workshops, which bring various different partners together to talk about best practices. But you here are all to help us figure out a way we can translate all of this to our projects to allow them to self-finance, monetize, provide other donor support. Any types of creative ideas will be more than welcome. So the last person I would like to thank today is our next speaker, who's Laura Klein, who works in the Humanitarian Information Unit in my office at the Department of State. She is the project lead for our Secondary Cities project, and she's going to be your next speaker. And I just realized I said she's going to be the last person I mean to thank, but I was saving the most important person for last, probably, and that's Amanda Shores and the Colorado State University team. Amanda really provided a lot of the organization for this meeting. I think all of you probably have a number of emails from her. And also Melinda Laituri, who's the principal investigator from Colorado State University, and she's been really the force behind this project since its inception when she was a Jefferson Science Fellow in my office at the Department of State. So with that, I will hand it over to Laura Klein. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. As he mentioned, my name is Laura Klein. I'm the director of our Secondary Cities Initiative. I've had the great pleasure of being involved with the project since 2016. But as he mentioned, this really wouldn't have started without Dr. Melinda Laituri in our office back in 2015. Our office, the Office of the Geographer, we've always said amongst ourselves, whether or not he says it himself, that we're really focused not only on the analysis that we do, but on promoting geographic approaches around the world. So our office, even prior to my time there, starting back in 2012, 2014 timeframe, has been very much engaged in the field of participatory mapping. Like many in the audience here, after the earthquake in Haiti in 2010, we all saw the value of participatory mapping, of crowdsourced mapping and data that was collected during the earthquake in Haiti. In about the 2012 timeframe, our office was able to engage and to work together to create a program we called ITSI, Imagery to the Crowd, so providing image tiles that can be used for remote mapping. And that's something that Tom Gerton, my teammate in the back, who is a big part of our Secondary Cities project as well, has been working very closely on. We have our MapGive program that started in 2014 that is reaching out more on the public diplomacy side. So, and in fact, I think they also call it digital diplomacy, if you will, a phrase they've coined in our office. But really trying to pull together groups of students, groups of participants to really understand what the value of mapping is. And while we could also call, remote mappers armchair geographers, if you will, but still all of it brings together very valuable geographic data. In about that 2014-2015 timeframe, Dr. Laituri showed up. She was working with our deputy director in the office at the time, Dr. Debbie Fugate, and they realized that our office could work on remote mapping, but we could do more. We could do a field-based program. This was a great opportunity for us to create the Secondary Cities Initiative, which they developed and piloted in Cusco, Peru in 2015. So since 2015, we've had pretty much 3 years of projects that have kind of ongoing. We've been able to reach over 16 communities in the developing world and cities in the developing world, those which you see here. And while we say that our office promotes geographic approaches, what we've found is that we've really been able to do a whole lot more than just kind of spreading the great word about mapping and cartography, which we care so much about, of course. But through our embassy partnerships with our environment, science, technology, and health officers, we've created partnerships in these cities of academics, municipalities, community groups, NGOs. We kind of call it our three-legged stool. But these are partnerships that never existed before. These are bringing universities, sometimes in communities, bringing more than one university together that had never worked together before. They're creating programs and entire curriculum around geospatial that they'd never had in this community. We also have the opportunity that while we're building the geospatial capacity, we're also building the geospatial awareness and the understanding of the local community of what the value of these maps are for their own safety, for their own development, and building a lot of great capacity and great interest in these data projects as well. We're creating data for urban planning. We're addressing communities' greatest needs for resilience, for emergency preparedness, for human security and sustainability in these communities. That's why these communities are so interested in working with us, and they're continuing to be interested in seeing this through and using this capacity for other reasons. And having this data, at the end of the day, we are promoting open data and having data openly available for any in their community to use for any purpose. So it's unlicensed data, it's unrestricted. After the end of these projects, with 1 to 2 years of funding out of our Secondary Cities project, we hope that they then go on and find other projects that can take this great foundational layer of human geography data and move it toward the next project. So all of these wonderful things that we were able to do when we just thought that we were promoting geographic approaches. There are so many in the audience here today that I think are in very much the same situation. We have, as Dr. Schwartz mentioned, we have some great partners here today from USAID, from some of the activities World Bank is doing, the Humanitarian OpenStreetMap team. We have lots of partners here today, also from the urban development, public health arenas and sectors. And so today is a great opportunity, and we're really excited to have everyone here together today to step away from our offices and really put some brain power toward figuring out how we can better integrate these two ideas, this geospatial capacity building, which so many of us have worked on, and also then this development and these other humanitarian initiatives and activities that we'd all really like to go forward, and together create new partnerships for maximizing our impact in these communities in the developing world. Of course, it wouldn't be possible without the great work that has gone into setting up this program. I, too, want to thank the Colorado State University team led by Dr. Amanda Shores. I also want to thank, of course, our team here at Harvard at CGA, their Center for Geographic Analysis, with Wendy Guan. Thank you so much for hosting us here today. I think this is a great facility. We really look forward to having a full event today. Dr. Shores will bring us up to speed on that. But the last thing that I'd like to leave you with, and is actually a random occurrence that happened yesterday afternoon. I was in Philadelphia with my husband. We wandered into a museum near Freedom Hall, and there's a map exhibit there. So right around the turn of the century, from right around 1804, from the time of the founding of the Republic, there was a whole exhibit about the maps that were made at that time. The founding fathers of the United States felt that it was extremely important that the Americans in the country that had just newly expanded just after the Louisiana Purchase, that they know what this country looked like, that understanding what this country looked like was a foundation to shaping the identity of the nation. So at that point in time, I think in history around the world, we were really in a great nation-building point in our history. Now I think we're really in a great city-building point in our history. And the maps that we all enable today, the maps that these communities are creating and this capacity is building, are really an opportunity to shape what those cities are going to look like and the identities of those cities from now and far into the future. So really happy that you could all be here to join us today. Let's all think about sustaining that geospatial capacity, building that map data, how we can all work together and have the greatest impact and map the world and beyond. With that, I'll pass it to Dr. Shores to get us started for our symposium, but thank you all for joining us today.
Hi, so I'm Amanda Shores, and I want to thank you, Lee and Laura, for introducing us to Secondary Cities, and I want to welcome you all here today to our second ever Secondary Cities Symposium. Lee and Laura talked a bit about the Secondary Cities Initiative, our partner cities, and why the network that we've built is so important. We provide tools and teach techniques to our partners so that they can have a direct impact in understanding and planning for their city's future. We are here today to forge a new plan forward to ensure the longevity and sustainability of the Secondary Cities Initiative and other urban-focused initiatives such as ours. This symposium is sure to be thought-provoking, and the most important outcome that we want to leave here with today are your ideas and your thoughts for how we can continue the success of Secondary Cities Initiative. In light of changing funding landscape, creating sustainability plans for wide-reaching and impactful programs such as ours is necessary to maintain and build upon the important work that we do. And so it is with your help here today and the underlying context set by our panelists and our speakers that we can come together with ideas to keep promoting sustainability and urban development in the fastest growing cities in the world. Today, I'm going to keep us on track with our agenda and introduce us to panelists and speakers. I've asked our speakers to provide not just a biography of their career, but a little tidbit of information about themselves, and so I'm going to share that with you today as well. And I'll just preface this with saying that we hope to facilitate a dynamic discussion today. We will take questions throughout the day to understand your thoughts and perspectives. We've also provided you with a few Post-it notes so that if you have any questions or thoughts or ideas, please write them down on your Post-it, stick it on the board outside the door, and around lunch we'll summarize your ideas and talk about them during the breakout session. And now I want to briefly go over today's agenda, mainly because the text in the program is a wee bit small, so I'll help you out with that. So we are going to start the day off with Greg Greenow, our distinguished keynote speaker. He will be discussing applications in the humanitarian enterprise. This will be followed by a short coffee break. As Lee said, we might modify things since it sounds like coffee just arrived, just so that you all know. Then we will hear, let's see. After we hear from our keynote, we will move on to a talk by, oh, I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong page. We will have our coffee break. Then we will have our first panel discussing generating new participatory data for urban-focused initiatives, and that will be moderated by Carter Christopher. We will next have talks on applications and platforms of urban-focused participatory mapping by Tiffany Holland and Gaston Mabonglu. That will be followed by lunch in the Lee Gathering Room just out here this way. After lunch, we will have our second panel, which will be moderated by Laura Klein, and that will be discussing data users and disseminators. And we will have one last coffee break before our breakout session, which will be also in the Lee Gathering Room. And we will be discussing goals for our next generation of participatory mapping urban initiatives. Then we will come back to this room to summarize what we learned from that breakout session and to hear closing remarks from Lee Schwartz and Melinda Latourie. And we will follow this up by a group photo to mark the event, and we will have a light reception and an open bar. So we hope you can stay for that. So now let's go over a few housekeeping items. First, of course, if you wouldn't mind silencing your phone, we would appreciate it. Note that the bathrooms are out this door and around the corner that way. If you need to connect to the internet, you can go to this link up here. And note that today is being live streamed, and so if you want to review the video again or share it with your friends, it's the second link down there. And if you should happen to need anything throughout the day, please don't hesitate to ask myself, Tom, or Wendy, and we will be happy to help you. And lastly, I want to reiterate that we wish this symposium to be interactive and dynamic, and welcome your questions and comments throughout the day. Yes, and I think we have a small enough group that it would be nice to go around and give introductions, and then maybe after that we'll take a short coffee break and get going back with our keynote speaker. So maybe we could start over here.
I'm Larry Sperling. I'm with the State Department, and I work with the President's Emergency Plan for
Melinda?
Office of the Geographer.
Agency for International. I'm also a co-founder of
I help manage the global field programs for humanitarian OpenStreetMap team.
Dr. Gaston Bongo. I am with the U.S. Cameroon Chamber of Commerce, and I do support the project in Douala, and I'll be talking about that project.
Ben?
I'm Ben Lewis. I'm with the Center for Geographic Analysis. I'm the manager of Geospatial Technology.
Bobby Crutchfield, CEO of Masego Inc. We provide human geography support to the federal government and international governments as well.
Hi everyone, my name is Hella Blady. I'm a policy analyst for the Institute of Policy, local
Hi everyone, Jesus Melendez. I'm the director of the Technology for Development team at Mercy Corp. It's an international NGO based out of Portland, Oregon. Looking after an initiative called Data Driven for Decision Making, that among other things is supporting our resilience teams, the climate agricultural teams, and various other programs in the Mercy Corp with leveraging geospatial tools and technologies.
My name is Patrick Galt. I work with Chad at the U.S. Embassy for International Development Institute.
Hi, my name is Sydney Holland. I'm with Esri. I'm a geographer and I help the State Department with their GIS work.
My name is Jacinda Bargohan. I'm a geographer. I'm currently working with the Boston Area Council on their long-range plan and how to tackle along and understand how to do community engagement in our inner cities here in the center.
I'm faculty here at the Harvard Medical School in the Department of Emergency Medicine and at the Institute of Health. I'm an epidemiologist, and I'll tell maybe a little bit more stuff later. I work with humanitarian NGOs in population-based research.
Hi, my name is Abraham Holland, unrelated to Tiffany. I am a recent PhD graduate from Harvard University and will be working for the Institute for Defense Analyses in Washington, D.C., a federally funded research and development center in the U.S.
Hi, I'm Jahan. I'm a GIS student from San Jose.
I'm Elizabeth Lyon. I work with the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency. I'm the Senior Geomet Authority for Geography and Cartography.
I'm Gwyneth Holt, and I work on the Worldwide Human Geography Data Working Group Support Team, another working group, excuse me, sponsored by the Department of State and NGO.
I'm Terry Ryan. I work for Brazil and Hamilton, supporting the Worldwide Human Geography Data Working Group.
Wendy Guan, Center for Geographic Analysis.
Lee Schwartz, I'm the Director of the Office of the Geographer at the Department of State, and I'm the State Department Geographer.
I'm Ben Seaman. I work for the Bill and Melinda Gates Cities Foundation. I currently support the polio team, but I also support GIS projects across the foundation.
Vivian Farley, I work at the World Bank at the Global Facility for Disaster Reduction and Recovery. I lead the initiative for open data for resilience. Let's dig a bit more.
I'm Carter Christopher. I'm the Lee Schwartz's deputy at the State Department.
My name is Maxwell Lehman. I work for the United States Air Force. Working on a program manager for our project manager for a new mapping team for the customer.
Hi, I'm Daniel Dufour. I work as a geospatial software developer under this guy. I am also Secretary of Cities Initiative biggest fan.
I'm Victoria Mock. I'm geospatial software developer. My name is Emma Schmidt. I'm also from San State University.
Chile from School of Public Health, University Las Vegas, University of Nevada, Las Vegas. I do public health, GIS.
Well, was there one? Oh, Tom.
Department of State geospatial professional, and I also support the secondary cities.
Well, thank you all for introducing yourselves. And I think we have time. It sounds like coffee and snacks are here. So maybe we'll just briefly break and bring something back in, and then we will get going hearing from Greg. At 9:45. Thanks. in, and then
Okay,
you can take
thank
it
you.
away.
Does this actually allow me to have notes or no?
It seems like the notes are
Oh, yeah, there they are. Sorry.
Do you have some on there?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. That was one slide I was trying to remember what exactly.
I didn't know what was going to be said before me, so I didn't know. It was hard for me to plan my talk. And so I was like, I'm going to have to kind of wing it a little bit.
Cool. I'll sit to the side.
Oh, okay.
And you want us to stay right here?
Sure.
Long up.
Greeno. Oh my gosh.
No, it's fine. No, no.
Greeno. Okay. All right, I think we're ready to get started again. And I would like to introduce our keynote speaker today, Greg Greeno. Greg focuses on epidemiological methods for public health problems and conflict and disaster-prone regions. He holds a faculty appointment at Harvard Medical School and Harvard T.H. Chang School of Public Health. He's a very interesting guy. He learned to read at the age of 4.
We just met, by the way.
Yeah, wow. He learned to read at the age of 4, not through books, but with maps. And he is also an avid follower of public transit systems, their development and routes, and wherever he goes, he makes it a point to ride public transportation. So with that, I'll let you take it away.
Bike networks. Well, thank you very much. First of all, it's an incredible honor to be a part of this august group. Somewhat intimidating with all the geographers, and I will add one more interesting point. I kind of drank the geospatial Kool-Aid probably about 10 years ago, and really started wanting to use more geospatial methods in our epidemiologic research, which is probably why you're wondering why an emergency physician epidemiologist is standing here talking to this group. So we do, although, sort of part of what Lee and I were talking about is a sort of spatial GIS revolution over the last 10 years, decided I need to be more formally trained. So I'm almost done with my master's of GIS. So if anybody has a thesis out there idea, let me know. No, I've got lots of ideas, actually. The other thing is that this room actually gives me a little bit of PTSD. And I do want to thank Wendy, not for the PTSD, but the CGA. So CGA puts on a 2-week intensive course in geospatial analytics for faculty and fellows here at Harvard. And so it probably was about 7 or 8 years ago. It's been a while. But I remember sitting in this room having to present our final presentation, which was a little bit, I'm less nervous now than I was then, I have to tell you, Wendy. But anyway, thank you. Thanks to the State Department. Thanks CSU as well. One of the things I've been enjoying about taking my master's, and we don't have a program at Harvard, so it's not here. I won't tell you where it's at. But is that I'm in with a lot of earth scientists who are, I would say that I'm a little older than by a factor of 2, probably. Most of my classmates, but many of them are earth scientists. So I'll tell you a little bit more as I go on in this talk about why I think that's relevant to what we do with both public health epidemiology and humanitarianism. I'm also delighted to have OpenStreetMap here. I've been a wide admirer of their work back to Haiti. And of course, the crisis mappers, Patrick Meyer came out of sort of one of these rooms as well, and so on. So, and Jesus with Mercy Corps and a lot of the NGOs we work with. So anyway, a nice, fun, familiar group. And I'm glad we averted the humanitarian crisis, that the coffee arrived in time. We'd hate to have another one of those. All right, so this is a funny, kind of auspicious sort of title, so hopefully we can live up to this, I think. And I'll just use there we go. I'm also glad that this day is really focusing on local partnerships. Certainly the humanitarian enterprise this is a sort of a buzz term, if you will. As an academic, we really try to work very closely with not just international NGOs like Mercy Corps, but local NGOs as well. And so, we're trying to do better at that. It's interesting, a lot of the funding streams that are coming out now really emphasize local partnerships. So I'm really delighted we're talking about that today as well as secondary cities. And I'm speaking to the choir here, you all know this, but right, the fastest urbanizing places in the world are these secondary cities. And that's true on every continent. Africa, of course, has been urbanizing quite rapidly over the last 10 to 15 years. But particularly in secondary cities, and it's happening, of course, in North America as well. So this focus is helpful. And the other thing I want to say is, I really believe, and I think most of you would agree with me, that the humanitarian crises of the future is going to be in these places. Highly urbanized areas, rapidly urbanized areas that are going to be forced to absorb populations that are migrating for a variety of purposes. I think climate is going to be one of those. Certainly. I think resource scarcity may be related to climate and climate effects will also do this. And the lack of human security. And I think those things are going to be happening in the future as we move on. So this focus on urban areas, and particularly secondary urban areas, is going to be critical. So this day, I think, is going to be very valuable for us. So Amanda asked me to focus a little bit on what drives spatial data at the local level, and I think it's a fun and exciting time to be a part of this because GIS really is hopefully taking over the world a bit more, and so I think we're going to see that and more at the local level. And so this is actually an old picture, right? The idea of participated mapping goes back a long ways. So the idea that people know their homes well, is not rocket science, but we seem to tend to learn it every time in a crisis. And why is that? Well, sense of place is something everyone understands, right? And getting back to Laura's comment about human security as one of the foci, I guess, of the 2C initiative, is that sense of place really helps define human security. Like, why do I want to be in this place? There's something about this place, and it may not even be home or where I was from originally, but I want to be in this place. I want to raise my family here. I want to create my livelihood here. I see myself in the future staying here. Those are all very much aspects of human security, right? So sense of place plays a big role in that, and it's something that everyone understands. So, participatory mapping. Has kind of taken off now in this crowdsourced environment, right? So again, to get it at the local level is fairly easy to understand because, a lot of that crowdsourcing is happening at that level. We're naturally geared to pattern recognition, and again, I'm speaking to a crowd that understands that, especially the geographers. An inductive process that we take information out and we map it against previous experience. So again, this is sort of a universal, right? It's all in sort of the human DNA. It's a universal phenomenon that we have wherever we are. The other thing, and I don't think this is as well appreciated, and that is that space is not outer space, but space, right? Space and time in particular, are variables for every discipline. And Lee and I were just chatting at the break, and one of the things we've been a little bit slow in public health and the science of epidemiology sometimes to sort of embrace that notion. Infectious disease modelers get it, right? Because that makes sense, right? Diseases evolve and they spread and so on. So there's a space and time variable to that. Environmental health, where, we worry about particulate matter and then its long-term effect on health, things like that. But I would say that's still slow to be taken up as a variable. And when we talk about doing multivariate analyses, right? A lot of times you don't see geography as a variable at all yet. So I think that's changing, but I would say that trying to understand that even sometimes at a local level, sometimes us as epidemiologists, we don't take that space into account and the context of space, right? And often these are cultural phenomena as well. Getting back to how we think of our space, right? Okay. So again, local understanding of natural hazards, right? We're talking about spatial data that comes out of the local environment, right? Most people understand where they live and what the hazards are, right? So Also, they understand the geopolitical nature of the space they live in, right? The political dynamics that are driving them, and whether that's political, mapping out political parties or what have you, right? That's still all spatial kind of nature to all that. The other thing is that we're seeing more, and we can debate this in our day today, but the GIS capacity of the global humanitarian response community. So the fact that we have an OpenStreetMap and Jesus here with Mercy Corps focusing actually on spatial analytics, right, in the humanitarian space. But getting that capacity to the local level is still a bit of a challenge, and we can talk more about that. And it sounds like that is a big initiative for the 2C. Again, the rise of crowdsourcing, social media, how do we handle, not that it's just happening, we know that, but what do we do with all this information? And it's coming at us hot, heavy. Sometimes it's valuable, sometimes it may not be valuable. How do we vet it? What's the quality of it? What kind of meaning do we make out of it? How do we even analyze it? It's massive, right? But that said, people now are seeing their rights to citizen journalism, to speaking out, to using social media in crises in particular, whether that's conflict, whether that's natural disasters, what have you. And so the rationale for all this is the right to information. So we talk a lot about the rights of people in crises, but the right to information is actually one of those that has evolved over the last 20 years. And for the international community to understand what's happening at the local level. So, and this goes both directions. It comes at us into the global community and back to the local level again. So let's talk about the last decade, because I think it's been an amazing decade, I think, and we're almost to the end of it. I think it was, Laura, were you alluding to Haiti, or somebody was alluding to Haiti this morning? Yeah. I think for all of us, particularly in the humanitarian community, Haiti was a milestone event or a watershed event. And that often happens within the humanitarian history. But Haiti was amazing just for what we were talking about, and that is simply the vast amount of information that came out at the local level. And most of you will recognize this as a Ushahidi platform that had been started back in the rather violent Kenyan election in 2008. So what do we have here? Well, we have people essentially telling what happened, during this event and what their needs were in French. We learned that there was a lot of information that came at us. The humanitarian community was somewhat overwhelmed. And so the cluster system at that time, managed by OCHA, was thinking about how do we manage this information? We can't even share information between the different UN agencies, right? How do we take all this information, now that's on an open platform, people that need help, we have an ethical obligation to respond to them, what do we do? And so this really was sort of that event. And it triggered, all right, an effort, at least within the UN and the interagency standing committees, to try to figure out how do we incorporate this large sort of information and communication technology world that's coming at us from the local environment. So in 2010, people were pretty comfortable with understanding, Google Earth. They could look at a satellite image. It was readily available. We could do some basic interactive mapping back in those days. And of course, sort of all the other social media aspects that we had in 2010. And we had open platforms. Now, Ushahidi was probably one of the early ones. There's a lot more now where we can share data. It was trickier then to share data, but we had to be able to think about that back in 2010. Okay, you recognize this, right? The street map folks, yes, I'm nodding their heads. Now, one of the beautiful things, again, this is Haiti, this is granular data in Port-au-Prince at the time of the earthquake, right? Okay, no street names. Where am I? Where in the world am I, right? And of course, we get to this within 2 weeks, right? And if you guys don't mind, talking to the OpenStreetMap folks here. Hopefully get this going. Oops. Where is it? There it is. So I don't know if many of you have seen this, but this is actually what happened with OpenStreetMap and their 700 volunteers. Is that right? Actually getting GPS points. These are GPS points that are being collected, put on the platform, right? And mapping Port-au-Prince within about a 2-week period of time. You saw the earthquake there happen. You can see the dates here. So this goes from roughly the earthquake on the 12th of January 2010, and we're about 2 weeks later to the 25th. Suddenly, Port-au-Prince went from being the least mapped city in the world to one of the better mapped cities, at least with that level of human development. Is that, everyone has seen that before? Usually I show this, my class, they're usually in awe. Does anybody recognize, now this is not a secondary city, so I'll apologize from the beginning, but does anybody recognize this space?
Torrey Pines?
Torrey Pines, exactly right, yeah, except without the Pacific Ocean. But it is a golf course, yes. The one thing I love about this picture, or not so love about this picture, as the case may be, is this sort of crude juxtaposition, obviously, with this, not only this golf course, but you can see up here these sort of wealthier neighborhoods with the foliage and broad streets and so on. Does anyone know this is? Largest slum in Africa? Kibera, exactly, right. And probably most of you know what I'm going to talk about, but again, sort of this idea of being able to map things at a local level and make some meaning out of it. Map Kibera has been around for probably about 10 years. And for those of you who aren't familiar with it, feel free to grab the website. I put a couple links in here for you. I'm not going to grab them because you can, I think, do some of this on your own. But Map Kibera is interesting, and over the years it has looked at, essentially, it's a great prototype of community mapping. And down to sort of all levels of society within Kibera. So very densely populated. The government of Kenya, probably to this day, still doesn't know how many people actually live in Kibera. This happens to be a map that adolescent girls did when they just took data and sat down and said, okay, we're going to map out, right, where are the areas within Kibera. We're going to look at our schools. We're going to look at where the routes are to our school and where we feel insecure. I guess I shouldn't be wandering since this is streaming. Sorry. I'm a bit of a wanderer when I speak. Sorry for that. So what are these? These are schools. These are police posts, right? Places of safety, civil buildings, where they could find on their way to school places that they could feel safe or go to if they were being harassed. Again, these are adolescent girls. So every member of community used this data to look at different aspects. There's water, there's sanitation, there's education. So it was getting different sectors involved to look at, okay, how does space make a difference to where we are? And so if you get a chance to look at Map Kibera, again, it's sort of inspiring the way people have used it, people in the community have used it for infrastructure development, looking at the quality of their housing, things like that. Unfortunately, they couldn't stop a freeway that's going through now, but for other advocacy, it's been successful, fairly successful. I'm just going to throw out a few things at you, other examples of GIS participatory mapping, which I think would be, which are also inspiring. There are many more out there. This is certainly not an exclusive list at all. But Map Fujis, have you guys heard of Map Fujis? So I don't know what the state of Map Fujis is now, but this was started during the refugee migration through Europe, and particularly in 2 cities in France. Calais is probably the one that most of us remember, with informal settlements. And again, this was participatory mapping. People, new to the coast of France, being able to sort of define their own environment through maps. Unfortunately, of course, that got destroyed by the French government. But this was a really grassroots kind of participatory mapping initiative. Humanitarian OpenStreetMap Toolkit has been out there, and I don't know if at some point I'd love to hear what your thoughts are on the impact of that, how that's been in different contexts. By the way, anyone out there, we have a younger group here too. There's some great ideas for PhD thesis and looking at sort of the impacts of some of these initiatives. That hasn't been done yet, by the way, so I'll just throw that out to you. These other two, the REACH initiative is a fairly large group. It's Geneva-based, so it is international. It is a group that does rapid assessments mostly. A lot of demographer and geospatial analysts who go out and really support local NGOs, usually in a very emergent crisis setting. How much capacity building there is sort of variable. And then the RefuGIS program. Have any of you heard of that? Fairly new. This is funded by the UNHCR initiative with Rochester Institute of Technology. So it's an academic and interagency initiative, but it's really training local and refugees in GIS and how they implement that at the local level. Now, where this has been done is in Zaatari, in Jordan, right? So I would argue that a place like Zaatari Camp in Jordan, how many of you have ever been there? Okay. Is a secondary city. I would argue that. It is the fourth largest city in Jordan. Rapidly evolved, still continues to have some influx, and grows, but at a much smaller rate than it used to. This is a highly designed curriculum where people become GIS technicians. I think they've trained maybe a dozen so far. They're training others in GIS. And they look at a whole variety of things like camp management, quality of infrastructure, schools, demographic data, things like that. So really getting to know their own, really taking advantage of how GIS works with their own livelihoods. And the hope being that they carry this on after they leave eventually. Sorry, this slide's a little bit blurry. Sorry for that, because it came off a PDF. But when we talk about participatory mapping, this is a little different, right? These are actually call records. So in some sense, it's very local data, right? This was after the Nepal earthquake, and this was done by a group called FlowMinder that are based in Stockholm. So again, it's sort of a group of big data analysts who look at call records and have bilateral agreements with a lot of large cell companies. Now, this is a unique kind of skill set to be able to use this big data. Where it's useful for us as humanitarians is to be able to track population flows, particularly after events. So Digicel in Haiti, Digicel was great in Haiti after the earthquake because they're really the only cell phone provider. There are two big providers in Nepal after the earthquake, but what you can see here is useful information in terms of where people went, and these are obviously a thematic map, a little bit of showing where people go after the earthquake and the time frame between just before the earthquake and after. So having these bilateral agreements for cell phone companies and cell data records, which means you have to work through obviously all the ethical arrangements of data security and so on. This was with the Nepalese government, and being able to track flows in and out, and then of course graph it. And as we typically see after particularly a natural disaster, right? This is the Kathmandu district, where there was a heavy outflow right afterwards, and then you can see about 6 weeks later, as time goes on, the earthquake happened at the end of April in 2015. As we come down towards July now, about 6 weeks later, 8 weeks later, you see the inflow back into Kathmandu. Right? People are coming in, they want to rebuild, want to reclaim their assets, right? Humanitarian enterprise has set up shop, there's a lot of cash for work programs and so on. And then this is afterwards. So this is same data set, but now looking at where people remain outside of the VDC, by the way, is the boundaries, the administrative boundaries that the Nepal government uses. And you can see where people sort of remained afterwards. And again, this is for obviously targeting humanitarian aid. And this was a couple months afterwards. So looking at this decade, right, of GIS advances, right? Gone are the days when, as a researcher, I'd go out to the field with, I'd buy a cheap Samsonite bag, right, with all my paper-based surveys, and off we go, and hopefully you get those surveys back on the plane with you, and nobody would confiscate them at a checkpoint or something like that. You were lugging another, 50 pounds of stuff. Those days are gone, fortunately. Now, of course, we have these great mobile devices. We tend to use Kobo, which is an in-house, my colleagues actually helped develop Kobo Toolbox, so many of you are familiar with that. These are great devices that not only collect data, manage data, you can develop your own survey on it, but you can do some early analysis, and of course, they have GIS enabled as well, so it's you can do a little bit of even early mapping of some of that data. Obviously, cloud storage now, WebGIS, where we can share information much more easily, particularly maps that we create, shared platforms, so on. ArcGIS Enterprise, as many of you probably have used as well. So I'm going to talk about humanitarian data repositories here in a second, but now we're starting to archive a lot more information from a lot more sources. Again, with all these devices and ability to share information, it's much easier. A lot of solicited and unsolicited data streams, and again, the challenge for us is to determine how good that data is. So I will put that out there today as a challenge for us. How do we vet data, verify it, and perform quality assurance? Story maps, most of you are probably familiar with as well, but again, talking about at the local level, story maps are quite easy to use, especially through ArcGIS. And this is being done a lot at the local level, and I'll kind of give you a link to that as well. Due to time, I won't actually go to these websites. I'll let you do it. I was going to do the screening thing here, but this is actually Halo Trust. I'm just going to give you an example. They're a demining group out of the UK. Probably many of you are familiar with. This is a great example of again, bringing other data sets into GIS and having GIS be sort of the common tool here. Right? We've got, on the left side, this is where, after the bombing in Laos and the Vietnam War, where bombs are still located. And then here we've got demographic data, right? Livelihood data and things like that, agriculture. This happens to be incidence of poverty. There's lots of different demographic data you can pull into this and then sort of see, do a quick visual analysis, right, of how those are related to each other. If I could actually scan this over, you would see there's still quite a bit of munitions left over from the Vietnam War in this area of poverty. Again, I think for time, I won't go in. I was going to open up my own ArcGIS Online account for you, but there's lots of story maps. So if you go into ArcGIS Online, right, if you have an account, just search, look for story map refugee, and you'll see some really, really poignant and helpful story maps about refugees' experience. Many of these are supported by ESRI and the ESRI team that helps them do it. But it's very much a local capacity building effort. The other thing I would say is that we're really trying to get to understanding, again, some of these other variables that affect populations through GIS, right? So GIS unites us all. So this happens to be to look at different, this happens to be a water associated disease index. So, academics are funny when they develop indices because, you have to really weight different variables. And so this is really looking at, we're taking one, they want to validate the index. So what they're using here is like land use, temperature, rainfall, people's susceptibility, right, to waterborne diseases. So they'll look at poverty, they'll look at age, female education. These are some of the variables that actually went into this index. And what they did here was actually validated it. So this is in Malaysia. And they want to see, okay, well, let's take a waterborne associated disease like dengue, for instance, okay? Right, it's mosquito, it's vector-borne, but you need standing water, right, to have mosquito proliferation. And this is 2 times a year. On the left is in June, and on the right is in December. Now, one of the reasons I wanted to pull this study up for this discussion today is because we're talking about urban environments. And if I could, obviously you see Kuala Lumpur, which is, again, not a secondary city. And I can't remember the name of the city down the southern tip, but that's a secondary city. You can see that if you bring together factors of exposure, so this would be water, standing water, quality of housing, as well as susceptibility, right? So this would be, people's education, their age. Age, we can actually weight that because dengue tends to have a worse outcome in children. So this would be if you weighted age under age 15 as part of that index. Just for dengue alone, you can look at risk of disease. And this is scaled from 0 to 1, as you can see here. So there is some seasonality to this, but there's definitely an urban aspect to this as well. So I use this just as an example that GIS really is a tool that unites us. It's another variable that we want to include in multiple disciplines. And for me as an epidemiologist, I feel like I really need to learn a little bit more about climate science for me to be able to understand this. Right? If I'm really going to study populations at risk, I have to understand earth science as well. So I think bringing disciplines together through GIS is sort of our next challenge, and I'll talk about that in a second. Another example here of an academic and NGO partnership. Now this happens to be University of Salzburg. They've had a relationship with an agreement, an MOU with MSF for some time. This is their Department of Geoinformatics. And this is just an example of using fairly high multispectral high-resolution satellite imagery for a variety of aspects. So it's looking at camp management, camp assets. You can see density, population moving in and out. And so they use a sort of automated extraction algorithm here to do the analysis in a cognitive network language for object-based imagery analysis. But you can see how this is useful, and so it's a great opportunity for the NGO to just request a GIS product from this group. Say, okay, well now we're interested in how has the dwellings changed, right? Decrease, increase. This is how literally within this camp, right? You can see how the population has decreased or increased. You can even get a sense of how land is being used. So I think a great example now of actually bringing remote sensing into the equation and being able to apply spatial variables. Yep, got it. Almost done. We use it. We also use remote sensing a lot for just sampling strategy. So this is in the Bekaa Valley. This is a study I just designed fairly recently with the ICRC. And Syrian refugees in Lebanon are either living in towns or they're living in formal settlements. They're not living in well-established camps. And so if we're going to sample this population, how do we do it? Well, using remote sensing and GIS, we can actually create a grid network here based on density. You can see the smaller grids are more dense. Identify on the ground with ICRC the informal settlements and then randomly select. So very helpful for us. Data repositories, again, maybe something you should know. Humanitarian data exchange, how many of you are aware of that? Okay, good, all right. So I use this all the time. Yep. So in closing, tools for the future and challenges for the future for us. We continue to improve our access to remote sensed imagery. I think it's helpful. Also, it's a gateway to multidisciplinary data, so we can now start thinking about, vegetation, moisture content of soils, some of these other earth science factors that we want to bring into how it affects populations and population health. I think LiDAR is going to play a bigger role in time, and I know we'll probably talk about this a bit as we explore the urban environment and data coming out of the urban environment. It's certainly very useful for emergency preparedness, quality of buildings, looking how buildings are, their footprint, and how they're vital structures, a part of buildings, and where they are, and so on. So I think that's going to be important. Still managing large amounts of data and flow of data, so I think machine learning is going to take a much bigger role in this, and the algorithms are going to become more sophisticated. There's no question. And then, of course, expanding GIS analytic and remote sensing capacity. And again, this is where the local influence is important. Getting personnel on the ground, training them. I think, like most of us, like I have this love of GIS. It's actually fairly infectious at the local level. And people get very, very interested when they have an opportunity to learn. So that still has to happen. There's definitely a technology transfer that still has to happen at the local level. And then, keeping our focus on interdisciplinary approaches. For us, like I said, as epidemiologists, I really want to understand climate science, to be able to make these connections of how they affect populations. So we can talk about what multi and inter and transdisciplinary means, but usually when you bring multiple disciplines together, the hope is that you actually get something even more holistic. And when we talk about sustainability in urban societies, that's what we need to be thinking about. And then population modeling. So I will leave it there. This is, again, sort of my bias. The strategies for understanding and managing, and I think that's one of the discussions we're going to have today. What are the factors that will drive future mass migration? I've already posited some of those for you. I think there's where, through my lens at least, I see most of these coming through as a result of climate change and resource scarcity and so on, how we're using our land, and so on, urbanization, spatial density, but be able to link that with population data as well. So GIS gives us that common tool to be able to do that. So lots of work to do, but I think it's exciting. I think we've had a really productive decade to bring us to this point, and I look forward to even a more nuanced discussion today. So let's go do great things.
I think we have time for
Any questions? Yeah, sorry.
You mentioned
Sure. My bias is, I have a strong bias against this because I am an epidemiologist, and so we work with representative data. So it's been a little bit of a paradigm shift for us to understand even the value of big data sometimes. I think it's there. It is. Yeah, it sort of depends on what you're looking at. So you have to vet the sources of it. You have to look for redundancy in it. You have to see if it fits in time and space, right? So all that takes a lot of time, actually. And there's not, I think we're just now sort of developing the filters around being able to do that. But it really depends on the context. And when it's a rapidly changing environment, it's not there yet. So yeah, like I said, I'm used to representative data. So that example I gave you on the ground in the Baca Valley, that's setting up to do actually a population-based study. That's probability-based information, all GIS, right? I think probably the best example for me is when I look at the Humanitarian Data Exchange, because they have a pretty rigorous, fairly rigorous set of criteria, depending on what the data set entails, that they use. So I guess what I'd say is probably I'd dive into that a little bit to see what they're using to vet data. And knowing where it's coming from, the source. I mean, but we've got a long way to go for that. And then probably that's a very, very, very superficial answer to your question.
Greg, thanks. Fascinating presentation. You mentioned one of the challenges going forward is ensuring local capacity for analysis and the technology itself. What about the local capacity of policymakers and decision makers to actually use all that analysis?
Or even to get the data from them, right? I mean, population. Yeah, sorry. No, good question. I cut you off. Sorry. And I was going to say something about that too. Yeah, I mean, data is always dangerous, right, for governments. And I mean, there's lots of examples I think we could all come up with where governments get nervous. And NGOs get thrown out of the country for maybe getting population data and then reporting on it. I would have to say that there are. This is where I think the multilaterals have a lot of power. State Department has, USAID has a lot of power. DFID has a lot of power. ECHO has. When you guys sort of come into an environment and you've got these partnerships on the ground, and you're dealing with a government that doesn't want to share data, for instance, I think that's leveraging that is probably one strategy. There's lots of ways to get at information, but you have to do it carefully without getting kicked out. I think there's an expectation now with so much sharing of information and open platforms and so on that it starts to look obvious when reports are being redacted, when certain data isn't being shared. Not naming and shaming, but at least it looks like, okay, why isn't this government sharing information? There must be. The whole rest of the global community is on board with it. That's from my perspective. I think with human rights data that's geospatially loaded, there's sort of ways to get that out. So a number of groups obviously that do that. Or the sort of the expectation is, oh yeah, this is a.
I'm sneaking a third question in to launch us into the break, to try to get us back on track towards sustainability of some of these efforts. From your world of public health and disaster response and infectious diseases, there are certain things that work, such as I'm thinking of the Zika response, where it galvanized lots of money and support for developing vaccines and research, all right? So that was a sustainable health response to a humanitarian crisis. Earthquake responses are not quite the same. We keep reinventing the wheel because they're disasters, and it's hard to operate in a disaster. So from those worlds, what has worked and why, and how can that be translated into an urban environment where we're dealing with low budgets, perhaps corrupt officials, disaster environment. So what lessons can you take from what's worked that you can launch us into a discussion of what we might think about in the secondary cities environment?
Okay.
Then we can.
That's a great question.
Continue this during the break.
Okay, so we all know that most of the money goes to relief, less so for development, right? I mean, there's definitely a disconnect, or at least a maldistribution. So that has to change a bit, right? Which means that money has to be shifted, or development has to be empowered in a way to create, mitigation for hazardous events. Now, my thought is that we get good, right, at using GIS for vulnerability analysis and things like that, where we can show its value added in preventing whatever outcome if it's death, sure, or migration, or whatever outcome you want to look at. If you can show that through good mitigation strategies, right, using these technologies, and you put the money and effort into that, can you prevent, even with a good model, can we show a prevention? We know that there's geoactivity here in this part of the world. The chance of an earthquake of this magnitude, we've got this population, they're arrayed this way, here's the quality of their housing, start putting in all those variables, and creating, really good vulnerability analysis models, right? Now, one way to do this is through agent-based modeling, where you can tweak these. And they show, okay, here's what we expect to see within a margin of error, right? If we can put effort into that and show that it's actually effective, then I think we can think upstream about mitigation and preparedness and how valuable these tools are for that. That's maybe my academic idealism speaking, but very little gets sort of put into that, unfortunately. Everything sort of goes to relief and response, and less so. But yeah, I think the conversation has to shift a little bit, because we know people are moving in urban environments. We know these. There's certain hazards and risks. We can map them, we can quantify them, and maybe now we can model them in a way that shows, okay, this is what we have to think about. Some of that is, it's easy to look at that retrospectively and say, okay, well, this model would have worked. We're basing it on this experience in Nepal or in Haiti or but will it work in Cascadia, in the Northwest or in on the Anatolia Fault and somewhere now near Istanbul or something like that, where you can show that there's a model that works. But it's a political will changing to, okay, let's put more effort into mitigation and mitigation strategies. And I think that's a conversation that really has to result in a paradigm shift. Does that sort of answer your? Gets us going. Okay, good.
If you'll join me in thanking Greg one more.
Thank you guys. Yeah, it's a pleasure. Looking forward to the day.
And we'll go have just a short coffee break, and we will reconvene in about, let's take maybe 10 minutes.
10:45.
All right, welcome back from our break, and thank you all for joining us again. I would like to introduce our first panel. This will be moderated by Carter Christopher. He is the Deputy Director of the Office of Geographer and Global Issues, U.S. Department of State. He addresses priority for geography, humanitarian and scientific analyses, data programs, and geospatial technology. Carter has a wide range of hobbies, it turns out. He's a sailor, musician, and a motorcycle owner.
I'm a new motorcycle owner. Like, as in a week old.
No, come on, Liz. Give me a little more credit than that. It's been a month.
Well, it turns out after only a 2-day safety course in a parking lot, Carter bought a motorcycle and drove it from Baltimore to West Virginia in rush hour traffic without crashing. So you know he's a quick learn. So we're happy to have him here for our panel. And this panel will be, this panel is called Data Builders, Generating New Participatory Data for Urban-Focused Initiatives. On this panel, we have Melinda Latourie, Chad Blevins, and Vivian Despartie. Okay. Melinda Latourie is a professor of geography at Colorado State University and the director of the Geospatial Centroid. I have worked with Melinda personally for 8 years now and love her dearly, and just about everyone loves Melinda. She was even licked on the side of the face by Shamu at SeaWorld once upon a time. So that just shows you how popular she is. We have Chad Blevins, who is a geographer with USAID's Geo Center, working to fight extreme poverty. He is the co-founder of Youth Mappers, which is a network of university students that create geospatial data in undermapped regions of the world. Chad is also a bit of a thrill seeker, I just found out, and has 4 motorcycles as well. So I see a trend here. And next we have Vivian Despartie, who is a disaster risk management specialist with Open DRI and Innovation Lab. He provides technical and strategic assistance to help governments better collect, share, and use information to reduce the impact of disasters. Vivian also loves the mountains, running on trails, and if you're wondering why he has a bit of a black eye today, it's not because he warded off an attack on his way here. He actually broke his nose during a soccer game last weekend. So we're so thankful to have you all here today, and go ahead and take it off.
All right. Thank you, Amanda, and thank you to everybody that's on the panel. So as with the motorcycle, I like to kind of just jump into things and see how it goes. But the way we'll do this is we're going to let each of the panelists talk about specifically an overview of the programs that they support, the future directions that they see their programs going in, and I think most importantly for the context of today, metrics for success so that we can understand how we sustain programs of the type that we're going to be talking about here. And afterwards, I'd like to have this be as conversational as possible with the audience, asking lots of questions and engaging with the panel. So please be prepared at the end of that portion with some questions, and if you guys don't have any, then I'll jump in with some and kickstart the conversation. So with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Latourie.
Hey, thank you. Thank you, Carter. Can everyone hear me all right? Is that okay? Well, I wanted to start with a quote from Einstein. We cannot solve our problems with the same thinking we used when we created them. So that's what I want us to think about, the same thinking that we're in the mode of and how we might think differently. The Secondary Cities Initiative, I think people have talked about that plenty for you to have a sense of it. But the key thing is that we have 3 different parts to it. One is the U.S. government that provides the oversight. One is working with AAG that provides the ability to manage our contracts with all of our different partners, an NGO. And the third is the university, and I bring the expertise in terms of technical support for these projects. That triad of support of the project itself is mirrored in all of our secondary city projects around the world. We have a university that provides stability and a local champion for each of our projects. We have an NGO that often provides some kind of support and assistance on site locally, and we work with local governments to fulfill their data needs. We come together and have a discussion about what are their needs and what do they need to have mapped. And so what that has done is create a very important network across all of our different projects within each of our countries that we work in. The second part has to do with the secondary cities initiative. Is when I go to these places and go to the different cities, I ask them, so do you have a map? How do I get from point A to point B? And many of them do not have a map. They don't even have a map to start with. So that's really important, I think. That tells something. The second thing I do is I go into each of the different data offices, the national data offices, maybe the survey or whatever it is in that particular country, and I ask them about their data sharing policies. And all of them, all 16 projects in 16 different countries say, we have open data sharing policies. I think the Secondary Cities Initiative is pushing these open data policies. I think that's another result and another aspect of the potential for sustainability. As the discussion just at the end of the keynote here said, how do we get people to share? How do we make sure they're making these data accessible? I think that's another outcome of the Secondary Cities Initiative. I think the third thing for us to be thinking about is this idea of what is your data footprint? What is this made of? And I think there's different elements to when I say what is the data footprint. I think the first has to do explicitly with the data itself. What is the spatial extent of the coverage, and what is the content and comprehensiveness of that data that speaks to interoperability and the ability to analyze and ask interesting questions. I think the second piece of that is data integrity. How do we ensure that this is good data? What do we think about things that have to do with metadata? Are we teaching that in a way that people are aware of how to utilize the data? The QA/QC, the quality assurance and quality control efforts that go into efforts to validate and verify the data. And third, ethics in data collection. How do we address and ensure that we are ethically collecting data in an appropriate manner, that we are including communities in a way that they understand what's going on with them and that they are included in this, and to be sure that we're being able to maintain privacy and issues of security. We have student teams all over the world going out and collecting data in places that are potentially dangerous. How are we ensuring their safety as they go out and do this? And how are we ensuring that we're communicating with the communities in an effective way so that they know that we are not being invasive with them and that we are including them in developing these data sets? And finally, thinking about the issue of stewardship. How are we ensuring that this data is discoverable? How are we ensuring that we maintain this data, that doesn't just evaporate and go away? How are we ensuring the long-term sustainability of these data sets, and what does that mean for these kinds of projects? So I think at the end of the day, I think these are all elements that I think are common amongst these projects that we're talking about, and that's what I would like to see, how we can talk about these common efforts that where we seem to be living in parallel universes, but we're not being integrated across this to understand how we can best leverage what we've learned and really create a really holistic approach to these kinds of projects so they just don't go away. Thank you.
Thank you. Now to Chad.
Which one do I use here?
I'm stuck in between two microphones. Hi, everyone. Again, I'm Chad Blevins with the United States Agency for International Development's GeoCenter. For those who don't know, USAID is the lead foreign assistance agency in the U.S. government, where we provide development assistance to help save lives, reduce poverty, and strengthen democratic governance in countries around the world, while helping lift people out of poverty and putting them on the path to the journey for self-reliance. USAID has a presence in about 100 countries globally, and it's headquartered in DC, where there's a series of geographic bureaus and technical bureaus, people with a technical background in a certain discipline, whether it be health or education or environment or something along those lines, technology. So I work on the team, the Geo Center, which is within the Global Development Lab within USAID, and we're a team of about 15 geographers. Patrick's on the team, where we're working to increase the use of geographic data and analysis within USAID programs around the world. While with the Geo Center, I co-founded Youth Mappers, which is a consortium right now consisting of over 150 universities in over 40 countries, and these are all student-led chapters. So much like when you went to university, you may have been part of some type of a club, the geography club. So those geography clubs have affiliated with Youth Mappers to build out this large network where we provide opportunities for those students on an annual basis and a rolling basis as well. So the program was started about almost 4 years ago, 3.5 years ago. It's grown exponentially. And one of the things that we're taking a pivot on towards trying to do right now is partnering with people like yourselves and other practitioners in developing countries who have opportunities for these students. We've built this really good network, but we can't provide them all the opportunity they need. So looking at the Secondary Cities program, where they're in a country working with local university students, let's try and help make those connections where possible. Our friends with the World Bank or the Humanitarian OpenStreetMap team or whoever it may be, and then leveraging the expertise of those USAID practitioners in health and education and environment, and linking them up with the students to further their education and ultimately help put them in a better place when it comes time to graduate and look for a job and enter the workforce. Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah. So my name is Vivien Depardieu again. I work at the World Bank in a unit that focuses mainly on urban development and disaster risk management. And so, and our team, I guess, has a story of about 6 to 7 years, too, similar to a lot of people, around 80. The team was created, actually, some of our members came from the founding members of Humanitarian OpenStreetMap. We have people from various members of the OpenStreetMap community and others who are part of our team, which is an innovation lab. And so how do we work? I mean, we work with the larger machinery of the World Bank, who does loans to the country, and we bring in the innovation and the skills and technology into those programs. So as it was mentioned, I think in the opening talk, there's right now a lot of challenges in urban development in a lot of the developing countries, with a lot of demographic pressure, less land available, people moving in flood-prone areas, lack of infrastructure. So we are starting to have a very big portfolio at the World Bank in terms of urban, what we call urban resilience and urban development and urban upgrading. And so we kind of surveyed internally in the World Bank who wants to bring some, I mean, all of this project needs data to be informed. And so we were kind of keen in terms of changing a little bit how we usually do data collection. So not just hire like an international firm who comes in and does the data collection, but can we switch that and based on our experience from Haiti and then from South Asia, where we worked in Sri Lanka, in Nepal, and Bangladesh, can we build a project where we can not only collect the data that will be relevant for the project, but also can we create skills in the process, and also can we create partnerships within cities and across cities, and then how do we put this data, these skills, and this partnership to put the data to use for the issues in the project. So a big part of our work was to really anchor those activities within the government priorities, local government priorities, and our World Bank team. So a lot of it is flood risk management, urban upgrading, erosions, solid waste management, because solid waste management is also very linked with flood management, as some of the drainage is getting clogged and so on. And so we worked then with 12 cities, so all of these cities having an engagement with the World Bank, and then we started to while anchoring this the project locally and having discussing with the local stakeholders, then we developed this problem statement of so why do we want to use technology, what do we want to map, and then from there we went into a kind of a big mapping phase, like I think a lot of you are familiar with. But then we also wanted to make sure that we do that last step, which is how do we influence decision, how do we influence budget. So we did a lot of also training around kind of user-centered design approach, gender-informed project design, and stakeholder engagement, and all of that. And so so that's the last iteration. It's what we called Open Cities Africa. It was over the last year in Africa, and before that we had done Open Cities Asia and so on. And over the last year, in about 12 cities, we collected like over 500 million geographic features. We like trained hundreds of people in all of the cities, and not only the people who are participating in data collection, but also the local stakeholders and the citizens and so on. And then we also created a regional network, so where all these teams are in touch through a face-to-face event, but also through an online platform where they engage with each other. And so I think maybe a couple things. One that works out very well, where the timing between the stakeholders and the World Bank team and us all was kind of in line, is for instance in Congo, where in one neighborhood they mapped the whole neighborhood with a participatory approach, put all the data in OpenStreetMap, and then the data was used also to have participatory meetings around what infrastructure do you need, where should it be, what type of infrastructure, and that was used then. Actually, when we did the user-centered design, the main thing they wanted the data in CAD so that they can use it to contract the infrastructure work. So we had a nice link between data, participatory approach to citizen mapping, all the way to influencing how the decisions were made to invest in infrastructure, which I think that was one of the nicest examples. And then across the cities, we have more examples. And now we are looking at, okay, so what does it mean, this question of sustainability also? We've been starting to look at that because it's also hard to define in some way, just to talk about sustainability. So we've been working with the humanitarian OpenStreetMap team and Erika Hagen, who is one of the founder of Map Kibera, in terms of what do we mean by sustainability. And so far, what we are tracking in terms of metrics is how much data have we mapped, how many people have we trained, how many citizens were engaged. But now we're also putting more emphasis into was the data used, did it influence decisions, were people trained on using the data, and all of that. And I think we'll talk more about this in the next questions. But I think some of the future is, as Chad was mentioning, the skills aspect and the career and personal development is a big part of it. And then also for us at the World Bank, very importantly, how do we then support the government to go a step beyond and really have digital platforms and start really using this data in a more streamlined way. So, yeah.
Thank you. All right, well, let's take a turn and see if there's anyone in the audience with questions. Yes, Amanda.
Am I allowed to ask questions? So my question is for Vivian. I'm curious, when building networks, how do you maintain relations with local governments when there's perhaps mass turnover fairly frequently? So how do you maintain those relations to continue your efforts?
Yes, that's a good question. I think it's very dependent on in each places, but overall, actually, surprisingly, in secondary cities, because we work both in big capital and in secondary cities, I feel like in secondary cities it's almost easier in some way. I think the people are more been there for a long time and are there and change a bit less jobs and career, and they're really committed locally, and they also receive less support. So I think we've seen them very eager and to stay involved. But I think in terms of it's no rocket science. We do a lot of convening and workshops and trying to involve as many people as possible. And not only, I guess, the technical level, which may change, but also trying to get support from the senior leadership. So even in Morovia, where we worked with HOT, even the mayor was aware of the initiative and supporting it and all of that. So I think if you build the buy-in at different levels, then it'd be easier. You will still have to retrain, I guess, the skills, but I think that's also part of the sustainability part. Big part of it is, one of the main output is not only the data, but the skills. And so then naturally people will also want to evolve and do the next thing. So I think how do we think about those maintenance of skills and career for all the students, and in the government, is there incentive for them to use those skills within the government? Because as you said, often once people get trained, GIS is a very marketable skills these days, so a lot of people leave once they get trained. So no, I think building the ecosystem and network, and then making sure also, I think we do see the other way a lot of a bit like in the international community, we saw some people going from HOT to the World Bank to USAID and vice versa. Even locally, we've seen some people in Kathmandu living labs that we had trained, then they went and worked for Survey Department of Nepal. So then they start influencing there. So I think if you build a larger ecosystem, then you will have people moving around, I think, yeah.
Does anyone else on the panel have a comment on that question? Melinda?
I was just
Chad?
going to follow up and say that another piece of that is the students that get trained oftentimes are starting to have internships in the government offices that they work in, and so they're creating a pipeline for getting jobs and being the next generation of geospatial experts. I think that's important. However, there's a very real brain drain that goes on once these individuals are trained, and they're going to go off and get a job with an NGO or leave, or that's part of this cycle that goes on. And I think we need to recognize that cycle and understand how we can best adapt to it through the various ways that we start to manage these projects.
Yeah, just really quickly, from a sustainability standpoint and youth mappers, it's really great to work with university students because you get a fresh batch of students in every single year. So there is really no down in the supply of students that you get. And as far as sustainability of the data and using it, well, I think that's it. It's just using it. If you can get, maybe not a local government, but if you can get local organizations using the data, you might create it for a malaria project, but then it's also useful to a coastal storm resilient project or something like that. And then the more people that are using the data, from what I've seen, the better quality it is, and the more likelihood that someone is going to sustain it and keep it up to date.
Okay, so I have two questions. One, so Melinda, you mentioned the, data access, open data policies that countries say they have, but it seems like a lot of times you will hear that, but then when it comes to actually sharing the data, it's a different story. Or there's different parts of the government, and maybe you have an open data policy with one part, but not with seemingly the other parts. And I'm wondering if you have thoughts about how to ensure that you really do have an open data policy up front when you first start to work with a country. And I mean, there's nothing you can do if they just refuse, but I mean, if there are strategies you've used to help encourage that. And then the other one is for Chad. So, when the volunteer mapping efforts first came out, it was mostly about, it seems, just identifying structures or settlements or things from imagery remotely in mapathons and activities like that. And now, we have some really fairly good automated techniques that can do that quickly. And so it seems like that need is not so critical anymore, but there probably are a lot of other things that people can do that machines can't do. Looking at imagery in either disaster situations or humanitarian response, things like that. And I'm just wondering if there's different focuses or areas that youth mappers and other groups like that can look at to still, keep that going. Because I think it's like we've grown from just picking out buildings to maybe doing more analysis or things. So I just wondered where that might be going.
Okay, I'll address your question first. So a requirement of the Secondary Cities Initiative is that all data collected and developed by the students will be posted and shared. And so that's one reason why I had to be very clear that there was an open data policy. But I've found that in many cases, as you've stated, that there's data locked up in different agencies all across the country. But what I've found is what has happened is there's been a discussion then that goes on about oh, this project has come in from the U.S. government and would like us to share their data, our data, and it starts the discussion. And actually, we have had several agencies share their data with us where we can post it on our GeoNode that is an open portal, open data portal, essentially. And so things are happening. Are they happening fast enough? No, they're not. But I think it is creating a dialogue that was different than before, and that people are seeing the value of being able to share their data.
Yeah, and commenting on the automated feature extraction, some of the machine learning stuff that we're seeing nowadays, it's actually pretty cool that it's making its way to the mainstream. I know that technology's been around for a while. It's been inherently expensive, but the cost is coming down. I'm not sure how many people have seen Facebook's new tool that they recently released a couple weeks ago to people to test, but it's a road mapping tool currently in Nigeria. So it'll go through and identify roads, and all you have to do is click on the road and say yes. So it's a way faster way to start mapping. And I think it's going to be, when machine learning is like slowly creeping its way into at least the OpenStreetMap ecosystem, so it's going to be more human assisted. So just still getting a set of human eyes on that to verify that, yes, this is in fact a road, maybe make sure the classification type is there. So there still will be, at least for the next couple years, room for humans in that. I think the building, in 2 years, if we're still mapping buildings at Mapathons, I'll be surprised. It's probably not going to happen. But where do we see these students? And I think you're right. It's, now that the data is created, let's figure out ways to use it. Let's add all those points of interest on there. Let's do field-based surveys. Just really integrating some of the projects, that data, now that it's created, in with some of the development projects that are out there. Is really important. And even with the government, I mean, we've seen Youth Mappers chapters go to their Ministry of Tourism and say, hey, we have a really cool city. There's a lot of neat things here. Tourists come by all the time, but our tourist map is not that great. So how can we map this out in OpenStreetMap and help you guys design a map that's going to help tourists get around?
Yeah, maybe just on the 2 point on open data, I think it's always a process for us. So we do like convening across the department, because often there is also internal competition. So, and having someone like, depending on the city or national level, Ministry of Finance or the mayor office or something, will help to kind of move that forward. And I think there's a competition with OpenStreetMap and other open data sources that now are making the department think, if we're not sharing, we won't be relevant quickly, because people start using other data sources. And I think now also, at the World Bank, we have a tool called Development Policy Loan. So if some of these things are in place, then the financing can be contingent on passing an open data law or something like that. And then on automated mapping, I think a lot of it is also, because all of these algorithms do need training data sets, and I think the local knowledge in that case is very actually powerful, even to map attributes, and not only the footprints, also we do things like flood perception mapping or solid waste management, and I think also all of this data can then be trained, used as a training data set for machine learning algorithm, and then you can have a virtuous circle between what's happening on the ground and the machine, and as what I was mentioned. And I think also one thing we're looking at is how do we build the local capacity to do that, because we might think from here it's like good to map the buildings, but then if you put these tools in the hands of locally, we're also working in Morovia and so on to do some of this, so that the local innovation hub can start running their own type of algorithm and for the data they want, basically.
So Liz Lyon, so bear with me for a second as I'm kind of drawing some parallels between what Greg set up for us and some of the ideas that you all put together. As I was listening to the overviews of the initiatives at World Bank, USAID, and at the State Department, I struggled because I didn't want to go into my headspace of saying, well, are these stovepipes, or is there something that needs to be an interlocker with this? And one of the themes that I heard was community. So I'm going to do a break, and going back to some of the history of where we've been in participatory mapping as communities, and because I also run the local GeoDC community that all of a sudden sparked in my head was it's the 10-year anniversary of GeoDC this year. And that place, that organization, which a lot of folks here have participated in on and off through the years, or in other locales across the United States, became a neutral place for these different activities to all come together to have cross-pollination. So my question to you is, for those of you who are investing in different cities and where we know that there is a growth of geospatial professionals, whether they're in government roles, whether they're in university roles, whether they're in NGO roles, are we also seeing a growth of kind of neutral community places where people are cross-pollinating ideas, where people are able to kind of come together and collaborate outside of their mission mandates to say, okay, well, we're here to solve this problem. Is there a role for that? Should that be something that, as we think about moving forward, to encourage that, so that, because fundamentally there's some things that are common and similar. I mean, it's all about collecting data. It's all about using geospatial data standards. There's different methods to that, but is there a place for that? So I just put that out there partly as an idea, because that's kind of something that's in the back of my head of, as I tell the value proposition of GeoDC, is what does that look like globally as some of that matures?
I guess I'll start. So this process is kind of the process we do every time we start a new project. We look at who are the main actors in the city. Is there a youth mapper chapter? Is there like an innovation hub? Is there an OSM community? And then we try to get all these people to speak with each other, and then to see how that goes. And often, actually, I was just reading, so for each team, as part of this work, for the 12-city team, we created a sustainability assignment. So we asked them, what benefit did the project bring to your city, and is it worth sustaining that benefit, and how would you go about sustaining it, and is there challenges to it? And I was reading some just earlier too, and actually in Moravia, the first benefit they put is, now we have one common place for all the actors of the mapping community to meet. They have the government, the statistic agencies, they have the youth mappers, they have the OSM communities, they have iLabs, and now they have a monthly meeting, a bit like GeoDCs. They meet, they even have a space that's in iCampus. And so that was the first benefit they stated, is that now we're speaking all with each other and we have one common space. So I think it does have a big role. And in some places where it's less developed, I think it's still very important, because we've seen also scenarios where you have more also kind of competitions, and when you bring money in some of these circumstances, some people will try to use the OSM flag or OSM as a brand and create also tension within those communities. So you also have to be careful in how you do that. But I think having a neutral space with then some businesses around it and so on, I think is a very important part of it. And in a more developed environment like Europe or the US, you can see that's what's happening. You have the business, the university, and everyone meets in those neutral spaces like GeoDC.
Sure, I can comment on that. What brings us together as a community? And I'm assuming that you meant like the virtual space, or not the virtual space, the physical space, both. Who's real quick? Who's ever been to a State of the Map conference, an OSM conference? Okay, I know you guys have. Raise your hand. That is, they're off. Almost every single one I've been to, I think, has been held at a university, but it brings together everyone, right? And this is what it is. It's just geography itself. It brings together, students, professors, retirees, some kids you'll even see running around, working professionals like myself, volunteers. It's just this really diverse group of people that are all after the same thing. And that's one of the beauties of, I think, having a community like that, or a community of communities, which is what we often refer to youth mappers as. It's just this little community within the larger ecosystem. So there's, obviously there's those innovation hubs, but they're not everywhere. There's some of the, working from a university helps us sustain the program in many ways. It's just that step is already taken care of. But one area where I think we could do a better job is trying to integrate a little bit closer with the local governments. And I know we probably have some lessons to learn from the two people sitting on either side of me right here. And now that these programs have been around for a couple years, I think now is right about the time that we should be having those conversations to say, hey, what's worked for you the past couple of years? How can we sort of integrate what we're doing and come at it as one unit rather than a bunch of separate entities?
Well, I kind of define community as the community, not so much the virtual community. And so I think there's a couple things to think about. One is what these projects do is it raises awareness at this community level that was not there before necessarily about what you can do with these kinds of data and how you can use it, and that's very exciting. The other thing that's a cautionary tale is that it raises expectations. So we go into these communities and we raise expectations about solutions to problems, whatever kind of problems the community has brought to us, and that's fraught. And I think we have to be careful about those expectations and what we promise. And then the third thing is I think there's a potential for these projects to bifurcate. So what I mean by the project has a topic, and it might be waste management, and we can map all kinds of things with respect to waste management. But what happens then is the community wants to do something about waste management that goes beyond data generation or data collection. They want to solve the problem of waste management, which not necessarily mapping isn't taking that waste away and doing something with it. So I think that's another thing that happens that we should be aware of, that how do we facilitate the continuation of a project that's going to solve the problem versus also still continuing our efforts to map and generate data that's necessary for these communities.
I have a quick question. Am I on? All right. So my question is both for Melinda and Vivian. Basically what I'm looking for is I'm trying to address, which is actually in our objectives, the sustainability of the actual program, the Secondary Cities program. Have we considered leveraging local or federal governments that they're actually, where the work is being done for resources? My first question. And the second question is, have we considered companies both in the respective nations, but also here at home, that can benefit from the data? Have we considered addressing them and seeing how we might be able to leverage that data to help their industries and subsequently turn it from just free and open, but also into a piece of commodity data that they can then use to help drive their business?
Oh, okay. Just some comments. For Secondary Cities itself, the overarching project, we've had a strong relationship with Esri throughout the years. It has really been profound in terms of the ability to get software into the different university labs. So promoting that has been very successful. And then segueing from that model of the partnership with Esri, ensuring that we have good, strong relationships with the local vendors and be able to then figure out how we might be able to facilitate long-term access to the software. That's one example I can give you. In terms of working with the governments themselves and trying to figure out support for that, I think that's been more questionable. I think many of them don't have the capacity to be able to provide dollars for support, but they have done things like provided in-kind sorts of things. So they've had different government representatives participate in our workshops. They've opened up their offices to have student internships. So they've done sort of different kinds of things, but to get a little pot of money from them, I mean, I'd have to go through all the projects and think. I don't think that we've had that model at all as yet.
So yeah, one of the reasons why we design our project also in relationship with a larger World Bank engagement is because that first there is a dialogue ongoing, and then also because often our part is a very small part of a bigger piece where there's infrastructure investment and all of that, but also now more and more direction is also to invest more in the digital realm, in digital platform, digital skills, digital economy, and all of that. So more and more we can see how some of the World Bank loans will start financing some of those even like platforms or mapping or data collection and so on. And so for instance in Niger, where we did a pilot like this on one flood-prone community, Then the urban project of the World Bank now is going to finance scaling that to all of the cities in Niger. And so they're paying for drones, they're paying for everything with the World Bank financing. And so I think it's starting to happen more and more. And I think the other part is also now having this kind of a GIS, city GIS or digital platform where that's also natural next steps. So now you have some of the data, some of the skills, but often it's still a bit brittle. So can you like solidify that into investing into a proper like GIS team, hardware, and so on? And that's also starting to happen in city like Ibadan and where we work, and where the step after this engagement was also to try to institutionalize that with the government. And I guess with the communities, I mean, we've seen effort where what we had done became an NGOs or something. Like I guess the most known example is Kathmandu Living Labs. At first was one consultant we hired as a World Bank, then we funded the local co-working space so that he could work there, and then slowly then it grew, and now it became KLL, and he's working with a lot of people, not even us anymore. So that kind of became a local business in some way, and we're trying to look at how we can do that more on purpose in some way, but it's not that easy. But I think entrepreneurship is one way. And also something we're starting to look a bit more at recently is maybe the level kind of below, which is more like the microtasking, gig economy, and all of that, right? Because you have a lot of potential ways of getting revenue from having basic geospatial skills. So can we, for instance, in Kinshasa, where you have a huge unemployment and youth issue, could we give a couple dollars to everyone who maps 10 schools, and then have a big kind of skill/employment/ geospatial data type of program? That's still more in the thinking process, but I think there's a lot of opportunities there to solve these many issues at once potentially. Yeah.
I have a question for the panel. So I think, Vivian, you had a really good point in your opening talk about sustainability being difficult to define, and oftentimes not defined. We use the word and we don't necessarily, maybe we mean different things when we're saying that. And you talked about some of the metrics that you're using to at least justify continuation of a program being how much data, how many people have you trained, how was it used. And so from the perspective of having a challenge to solve, it's really hard to solve a challenge until you appropriately define it and constrain it. So for the panel members, what do you see as the biggest, if we define sustainability as extending the longevity of a program, and having meaningful impacts and accomplishing your goals, what are the biggest challenges to sustainability as defined in such a way?
Money.
Money?
I mean, there's always the funding situation. Speaking specifically about youth mappers, the thing that helps us sustain the program is also the thing that is one of our hardest challenges to overcome, and that is the influx of new students. So you might have a superstar student that you catch their attention of maybe their sophomore, junior year, right? And then in 2 years, they've graduated and they're off to bigger and better things. And they were the ones that were sort of carrying the flag in that local chapter, bringing in new students, giving them work to do, and really just making sure that things were happening. Something that we're really making sure, one of the tasks that they do before they graduate is find some younger student that they can mentor that will help carry the torch and continue to sustain that local chapter. Because Youth Mappers really doesn't have, it's not a great, largely funded program. It's actually very small amounts of funding. We promote open source tools and software as much as possible, just because that gives every student out there the opportunity to get involved. I think that's been one of the biggest successes with working with the Humanitarian OpenStreetMap team, is all their tools are just right there and available with an internet connection. And a lot of times that's one of the challenges for these chapters, is just getting on the internet to use those tools. So yeah, I think it's just the biggest challenge, though, is making sure that the continuity of some of those chapters goes from year to year.
So I think that's also partially why we're trying to define what we mean, because often otherwise you come back to kind of of similar issues. So I think we identify we're going to publish a white paper at some point with HOTA, but it's not quite ready yet. But we look, okay, what kind of benefits did we want from that project? So there's impacting the sector itself. So did like the Disaster Risk Management Agency now has preparedness and a map to being prepared, or various how do we impact the sector? Do we have the data? Is the data maintained? Is there like a social impact on some of the community? Do we have people getting careers in that field? And is the data more open? Do we have better networks? So that's all kind of benefits we see from the project, and then we try to look at those and say, okay, do you need to sustain that benefit or not? What is the scope of those benefits, and for how long do we want to sustain that? And then does it actually warrant to get more funding, or is it like a revenue generating aspect, or do we need to keep funding it as a public kind of mandate? So this is all kind of question we're trying to look at. And then we looked also a little bit at the literature in terms of ICT for developments and other aspects, and even development in general. I guess sustainability of infrastructure is still a thing. How do you maintain like drainage system after you finance the initial like, construction of it? So, and I think the financial is definitely a big part of it, and there's different ways of looking at it. Technological is a big part, but I think thanks to OSM as a global community, that's why it's very powerful, is that the server is still maintained. A lot of that is maintained globally, but then you still have locally to have like maintain the cell phones that were got, and the laptops and the drones, and then when that break, what do you do when you don't have the funding anymore? So there's a lot of that. And then I think the political and institutional buy-in is very important. Like, did you create that buy-in interest or not, and how do you sustain that buy-in? So I think there is a different type of challenges: financial, technological, institutional, and also I think we're looking more and more at the social and cultural aspect of it, like and also the ethics of it. How does that interact with the local population? Is the participation equal between men and women and those, and so on? Yeah.
I would just add one other item to that, and that I think adds to the sustainability of this is being able to integrate this into the university curriculum. I mean, that really institutionalizes it and creates a long-term commitment to creating these kinds of programs, which I think are really essential for, again, creating that next generation of geospatial experts.
Yeah, so on this, just one thing, our team in Tanzania started a partnership between the partnership already existed between Turku University in Finland and the Tanzania University. And so now they developed an online curriculum that gives credit to the student. And also they're supporting each other to build like curriculum components into the curriculum of Tanzania University. And even in a lot of the other cities, since the university is often in the lead, or we've seen like people like in Cameroon, actually in Ngaoundéré now, like the professor was like totally into the mapping, and now he's starting to train everyone on his own kind of accord and by his own initiative, and same thing in St. Louis. So I think having this kind of thing, and maybe even sometime, I think also sometimes MOU, a Memorandum of Understanding, are maybe not the most efficient. I think sometimes when you create that MOU between the government as a university in terms of training people every year, and then you have internships and you have a curriculum, I think that's a very good way of doing some sustainability. Yeah.
I have a brief comment and a question. The comment's related to what Vince was talking about in terms of machine learning. And one thing I've noticed in the open mapping community that machine learning could help out with is revisit rates, particularly in disaster response, because what the open community is actually doing is creating a lot of data that becomes out of date. And so if we don't revisit that, we're actually not doing a service by having out-of-date data. And machine learning can solve that fairly easily by identifying changes that have happened and then somehow tasking out revisit rate. And that could somehow be worked into some programs, where the people who do the mapping in the first place can be galvanized to update it and keep it current. So that's just a brief comment. My question is, and I'm going to kind of kick myself for saying this perhaps, but is it possible that open data is actually, it is possible, is hurting our ability to monetize the information? I mean, an oil company would never have their data open because they're selling it. And so if all of the projects are creating open data that are freely available, how do you then leverage the data you're creating to try to sustain a project by monetizing that data? I mean, we're not going to come up with a solution here. It might be something we talk about this afternoon in terms of open data policies and maybe some modifications to that for sustainability.
One example of that is the earlier, Greg, you were referring to call detail records. I mean, the use of call detail records for sustainable development has been attempted by the. No, can you hear me? Yeah. So Orange, France Telecom, ran a couple of challenges back in 2013 and 2014, giving 6 months worth of call detail records to a number of organizations around the world, as well as open data and other forms of data to see what they could come up with in terms of challenges related to transport, challenges related to livelihoods, health, et cetera, et cetera. A lot of organizations come up with amazing proof of concepts, not a single one of them, and they were about 153 really, really good proof of concepts ever become operationalized. And the reason was because the data was 6 months worth of CDRs, call detail records. And so all you could do is establish patterns and analysis and basically figure out what could be done with this, but there was no real-time access to that data. So now Digital Impact Alliance has been working with Flowminder to develop a flow kit, it's called. It's an open source software to access that information in real time, respecting sort of ethical privacy rules. The problem is that why would the mobile operators give you access to that data for free? And so the mobile operator is very good at monetizing internally their data to improve customer experience, loyalty, and all of that. But they also need to see how monetizing it externally would make sense. So I think, especially with private sector data in the concept of data collaboratives, which is similar but not related to open data, it is absolutely mandatory that we find ways of monetizing it and at the same time find ways of basically making sense of the data for sustainable development or humanitarian purposes. But it has to be a good balance, a purpose balance between what we want and what the private sector can offer.
And I have a comment to address both of your comments, both about the keeping the data up to date, and then also how do we develop enterprises, or how do we build economies around open data? And I think a lot of it actually comes down to one example of how both of those can be resolved is through the use of drones and local drone companies that are being developed. One big challenge to open mapping is satellite imagery. When it's available, how up to date it is. And so what we're seeing in several African communities is they're tired of not having up-to-date data, and so what they've developed out of their own resources and their own skills is actually developing small, either local NGOs or local companies where they're running drone flights themselves to get up-to-date data, and then they can be, so that can build their maps at a local level and help ensure that the data is up-to-date in case a disaster happens or even between disasters. But then at the same time, they're being hired by other companies that want to have that drone data. So that's one solution. So I think it's just looking at it for innovative approaches and also making sure that a lot of those solutions are coming from the local level, and also not waiting for outside sources to come in. There's a local NGO in Tanzania that's building drones out of bamboo, because they're tired of waiting for expensive technology to come in. So they're 3D printing a lot of their parts and building the rest of the parts out of bamboo and participating in the Lake Victoria Drone Challenge. So I think that that's one solution that we have to both of your comments there.
Yeah, and real quick, I'm going to chime in here. By open data hurting the economy, I guess, not all data are open, and specifically if we're talking about that baseline data in OpenStreetMap, which is open, in many ways, I think that will spur the economy because, you have this free open map that you can then put on your website or post somewhere, and then people can find your business. I gave the example about the Ministry of Tourism the other day. Like that map will remain up to date. The government won't have to pay for it, and it can get tourists to move around your city a little bit better. One of the best examples of the economic boom from opening geospatial data is the Landsat program. And I don't remember the numbers off the top of my head, but they did a big in-depth study to say, hey, what was the cost benefit of making Landsat data archives open? And it was in like the millions and millions of dollars. They said it spurred the economy because now everyone has access to that data. They can analyze it. They can do different things with it. It can benefit their business. So I think it actually spurs the economy in many ways. Maybe not the oil and gas industry. That's all after the next big gas reserve or cell phone call records, and they keep that kind of under wraps. But there are certain types.
There wasn't a value to open data. I'm just saying there also might be a cost. So that's all I'm saying.
Okay.
I guess it's definitely a cost, and I guess it's where we choose a value. If it's if spurs the economies, and we decide the government has to do that. And for instance, with hydrometeorological data, like for the airport industry, we pay taxes. And then you can get also weather data for other people. So I think if we think it is a value for society in general, then we have to find a way of financing it in some way. But and then also for some of the organization we work with, the value can be moved from the data itself to the services. I think like the drone part, or creating local maps with a local color theme, or going and updating the data. So the machine learning algorithm tell you this area is out of date. You go and you update it, and you get paid for updating it. I think there are ways of doing that. And even then there is the next thing, so that if you can develop like the food delivery services if you don't have the raw data. So I think if you have this data open, then you may have many startups in Africa who can start with that rather than holding this data. But yeah, it's a complicated issue because at some point it costs some money.
Well, this is to Lee's point, and this isn't necessarily OSM. This is just open data in general. Yes, it definitely spurs the economy. Like, I don't think there's any argument about that. But like, let's use a program. I don't know, secondary cities. Let's use that one. At some point, there has to be funding for them to go out and train and build the data and do all of that. And so I totally get what you're saying about taxes and all that good stuff. But at the end of the day, that money, at least not here in the United States, is not diverted immediately over to secondary cities. So I love what you said, and I completely understand what you're all saying, but I do think that there has to be a way to come up with funding to create this open data. Otherwise, there's not going to be any data to spur said economy.
Well, it may be, the perspective may be that in this case for secondary cities, the government, the State Department has invested in establishing this program and has established it to a level of value that the government can step away and other funders or donors can come in and sustain the activity beyond the State Department's involvement, and we can move on to the next thing, the next gap that we identify. So.
Hello? I just want to mention that we're technically out of time, but I'm going to let us go a little past because I'm thinking we're having a really great discussion here. So maybe we can take another 10 minutes to wrap up.
Yeah, so this has been a great discussion. I have so many thoughts, but so one of them is this last issue. I mean, I think, in this country, tax dollars pay for supporting most of the geospatial infrastructure, or the private sector, and the private sector is not open. So we're trying to do this in countries that don't have that, either one of those. So it has to be funded externally, at least initially, and then try and build some sort of need that is enough for the local economy to support it, and that's a challenge. I don't know that we've really solved that problem, but most countries we work in, government agencies charge for access to the data, whether it's survey data, whatever it might be, you have to pay for that. And if we come in and say, oh, we want to make all this data open, it's like there went their revenue stream. So then we have to come up with a replacement for that. And I think that's kind of dynamic, that there are solutions, but they don't happen right away, and there needs to be some sort of bridging that gap. So, yeah.
I'll present one more question to the panel. So we talked a lot about partnerships and collaborations and communities around mapping in support of the programs that you all represent. But do you have any examples, either in your current programs or through other experiences, where you have partnerships and communities either upstream or downstream in the value chain of this data? So for example, programs represented here are about building geospatial data, but are there partnerships between these data building programs that you represent and maybe risk management and mitigation programs, and then partnerships between those risk management and mitigation programs and actual disaster response programs, or disaster, that would be kind of your implementation on the government side. So chaining these programs together to create a larger value chain or value proposition than individually the programs as stovepipes.
Yes, so that's what we're trying to do by design, but it's still sometimes very hard to achieve, I think. For instance, right now in St. Louis, in Senegal, part of the mapping was to map the drainage network and all of that, and this will be handed off to the flood modeling firm, which then will model the flood risk in the city, which then will be used to inform like the World Bank loan. So it's a long chain, but that's kind of the goal, and I think maintaining this chain is often can be quite difficult, because you always need to put people together, and sometimes, I don't know, it's very often we make all these links at the beginning and you go back 6 months later and you realize that everyone wants and doing their own thing. So I think maintaining that links and how it's relevant to the other stakeholders, and maintaining the link between the data collection and the technical kind of team with some of the decision maker, and articulating how this data can be used is very key, and always what we spend a lot of time on, but still having a lot of challenges, I think.
I would just follow up with that we're now at a point where we've actually collected data in places that never had data before, and we can actually start to ask interesting questions, and we can start to do an analysis, and we can start to share how we do geospatial analyses and create new data from that. So we're just starting to get into that part of things, and this is very, very interesting. We're just getting into that part of things, and guess what? So that's huge in terms of being at this, what I'd say is the cusp of really getting to change, getting to this new thinking that I think Einstein talked about, and where do we go now? How do we make this happen? What do we need to do? Let's do it, whatever it is.
And I think also why it's hard is also, I think, it comes back to this larger issue, but it's not always, even if the data is great and it's kind of a logical way of using it, it's not always part of the culture or how things are done in a given places. So I think that's also changing this whole aspect of how people use data for informed decision and so on. I think that's part of all this outreach, and which is really important too, because even if you have the greatest map with the greatest data, it doesn't mean it will go into a nice operational workflow and being used and so on.
So I think we're going to take our last question, and then we'll wrap up the panel.
Hi, thank you. Very fascinating conversation, all of you. Thank you. So I have a bit of a curveball, and perhaps a question best discussed over lunch, but no one's mentioned LiDAR so far, as I can tell. So I was hoping you might have some thoughts on that, especially because it's so expensive and it's not something that can be done on a recurring basis without a significant cost.
I guess World Bank finances a number of LiDAR campaign in a lot of places, and it depends on on some of the open data law in the country, if it's released or not. But I guess, for instance, in 80, all the LiDARs that was flown after the earthquake, and a couple years later, if you go on the open topography website, you can download some of it. And even on the geonode of 80data.org, you cannot download the LiDAR itself. You can download the DEM derived from the LiDARs. And we're trying to push that also as part of the open data dialogue, especially the digital elevation model, as is a key part of flood and coastal management. But yeah, it's often, you wouldn't believe how many LiDARs are sitting in a hard drive in all of these cities where only 2 people can access it. But it's a big data set. It's hard to share. It's hard to process and all of that. Even it's hard. Right now, for in Ibadan, there is one, and the city was asking it from the people who did the master plan, because they had the master plan, but they didn't have the LiDAR data. So first they're getting the LiDAR data, but it's too big to send by internet, so they have to get the hard drives there, and then they have it there. And then we have the point cloud, and then you need the digital elevation model and all of that. So yeah, it's part of the issue, and it's harder because it's bigger. But I think it's so expensive to do that you get a lot of value from it too. But, yeah.
Yeah, and I would just like to say, if you were to make a list of attainable and useful geospatial technologies, LiDAR is definitely one of those more expensive and harder to work with. But much higher on the list than that would be street view imagery. We haven't talked about that a lot, but I think that the potential there, the value, cost to value ratio is something that we're going to see really take off in the next, 5 years. It's way cheap. Anyone can collect it with their smartphone, and it's super duper useful.
Let me just add to that on our secondary cities website, we have a resources tab, and then within that, we have a tools tab, and it talks about all these different tools that are available, then takes you to a description of them and what that resource can provide. So go check it out. And this is really, I think it's really helpful.
And now you can start put LiDAR sensor on those quadcopters. Like in Tanzania, they flew a LiDAR on a drone, and so now you can start doing. It's gonna become more accessible, like everything else. So.
All right. Well, everyone, please join me in thanking our panel, and we're gonna break for lunch, I think. Oh, I'm told it's not lunch, so hold your horses on that.
Thank you, guys. I learned a lot about your project. Thanks.
Thank you, Hannah.
You get a presentation. Thank you. So now we'll be moving into our session on applications and platforms for urban-focused participatory mapping. We are first going to hear from Tiffany Holland, who is a geographer with Esri, responsible for oversight and assistance of GIS efforts with the State Department. And if you ever need to know anything about DC, you can ask Tiffany. Between jobs, 1 year she took a few months off to be a Segway tour guide in DC. She took groups out on Segways and explained the history of DC monuments and sites from these electric machines.
Thank you, Amanda. I like that Amanda's doing these nice little facts about people. Yes, 1 year between working for the Army and heading back to Afghanistan to do some more GIS. I was a Segway tour guide, which is a really fun way to learn the city, and you get to go around. So that was a lot of fun. Thank you so much for letting me talk today. This is really fun. This is a great group. This is kind of sentimental to Esri because this is our 50 year as a company, and the company was started here at Harvard. Jack and Laura were environmental activists and programmers, and they created what they called Environmental Systems Research Institute here at Harvard 50 years ago, and so that's what we are today. Esri, it's kind of come a long way. But what I'm going to talk about is exactly what you all are focused on here is community. The GIS industry is focused on communities around the world. Here in the United States, you'll see they call them user groups. So we have like the Mid-Atlantic User Group, which is a few people, a few organizations or states on the East Coast. Then there's some industry user groups. So this is common and it's great. We love the Secondary Cities program. It's taking what we've done in the United States and taking it overseas. And the same thing with your youth mappers and what the World Bank is working on. This is a great model because it's worked here to help us build these communities. But something, we're constantly working with communities And a lot of times what we end up seeing is a lot of people that really want to work on it, but they're all over the place. They're not focused, and they really want to help, but they just don't know how to focus. They don't know how to help. So what I wanted to do is talk to you a little bit today about, this isn't really an Esri thing, it's what Esri has adopted from working with communities. And this is the focus of initiatives. So what we found is that some of the cities and states that are out there that are really trying to work with the community outside of the GIS shop, what they've done is they've put together initiatives, and it really focuses the people on some distinct needs of that community. And it's helped to bring those communities together. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go for through a few slides just to go over what it is. And then I'm going to show you some websites so you guys can see some cool stuff. All right, so what it is that people have developed is called a hub. It is ArcGIS Online. If you don't know what ArcGIS Online is, it's Esri's Cloud GIS. It is sitting in Amazon AWS. So the diagram here, everything on the left is what your organization would be working on in your ArcGIS Online, organizing data, getting things ready. And then on the right, this would be the open environment for the community to work with. So what we've done is we worked with some communities here in the US, and we heard from them their needs to develop a community site. And then we created this thing called Hub. So you'll see, once I go a little bit further, you'll see that it's different from, I know Greg was talking about story maps earlier. This is kind of a version of story maps, but it's very specific to working with your community. So it starts with open data. It's kind of the theme here today. This is Esri's open data page. It's been up for about 11 years, something. You can see I took this screenshot last week, and we have over 231,000 data sets are out there, and almost 2,600 organizations are posting data on this open data site, which is super cool. We're really excited for that. But again, back to that whole initiative idea, 231,000 data sets have been posted here. How do we get people to focus on the data they need and the data that's going to help them for their community? So we have this thing called Hub, and these are kind of boring screenshots. What I realized was I myself didn't know how to create a hub. So I got on ArcGIS Online to teach myself, and I figured I'd teach you guys really quick so that when we leave here, you'll understand how to do this. So if you work in ArcGIS Online, you have an organization account, and this is what your settings on your organization account page looks like. And at the very bottom, there's this option for open data. And what you do is, some organizations don't want to share their data for lots of reasons, whether it's economic reasons or just security reasons. They don't want to go open data, so they leave it so that they only use their data internally. But what you do is, as soon as you make your data open, it gives you lots of different options here to open it up to different groups. But what you do to create a hub is you just manage your site. So what I did was I just clicked on that button to the right, and it comes here. And you notice at the top, ArcGIS Hub is different if you're on ArcGIS Online. These are very specific topics that have been organized for a community to organize their information and bring the community together. So it's different than what you would see in other environments. All right, so once you go outside of this, once you create your hub, you start to put in some basic information, some basic parameters, right? But what's really cool is that we've put together templates so that the community doesn't have to program, they don't have to really stop and think, how am I going to start? We've already developed some templates that'll help you get started. You can see some of these are some common, real tangible needs tackling the opioid epidemic. I think that was one of the first community hubs that we put together, especially for, clearly for US-based needs. But Vision Zero is something that was really focused for overseas for communities that it's kind of an empty template. And what the template is it kind of looks like this. And again, this is research with people in their communities to figure out what would work the best. And it gives you an easy way to go through and create visualizations that will help people understand their community better and focus on these initiatives. And what we do is, again, not a lot of programming. It's a lot of real easy buttons. So your communities that aren't super technical, as much as I want everyone to be a GIS professional in the world, not everybody knows how to do it. And so you have to give them some tools that are going to help them out. So those buttons on the left are what you use to build these templates or these initiative pages. So the way that some of these organizations are doing it is here's a couple of cities right here and international, we have the Africa Geoportal, but what they do is you focus on a specific need for that community. So in this case, New Zealand, climate monitoring, and et cetera down the road there. And what I'm gonna do is, I'm gonna end let me see if I can get out of here. What I wanna do now is I wanna show you guys some examples, because you don't need to watch my slides. I wanna be able to figure out how to, let me end the show. Let's see if this works. Tom, do you know how to get this one up? Oh, does it? All right. Technology. So what I want to do is I want to show you how a couple communities have used the technology. All right, here we go. Let's see if we can get these sites up here.
You go to Chrome?
It's I gotta get to the URLs first. Yeah. Oh, no. What do I do?
Okay.
Yeah.
Come here.
Thank you,
New
sir.
tab.
All right, great. We're going to go into.
Just make it big. We'll just make the window big.
That works. So what we're starting with is an example from Myanmar, or as I think a lot of us still refer to as Burma. And what they've done is, this is an example of a hub that was closely aligned to what you all do with secondary cities. So that's why I figured this would be the first example. And what they did was they brought their community together, and they had, very similar to you all, they had a participatory mapping meeting. They brought the community together, and so there's details about that in the beginning. And then what they've done is they've, first and foremost, put out their open data pages. So I'll click on that in just a minute. And then they have some dynamic maps that are super easy for people to get to. So we could click on one of these, and it would allow us to have an interactive map that you can go to. And so up here we can see what they've done is they've organized this information as farmland. So all of this was, this data here was put together from participatory mapping efforts. And then down here we also have, I'm back on the web page, a couple of other, we have like they've decided to put this little map of the month up there, which it looks like it's the same one. And then on the bottom, what they've done is they've put together some information to help the community understand some details about what they've done. The mapping program is on the left, and then they have these nice drone map instructions on how to work with drones. I like that that worked with your ideas there. But what's really cool is when you come up here to the open data links, this goes back to that open data capability that I was talking about before. And it's the same thing. It's still opendata.arcgis.com, but this data is now focused on just that location. So when you click on it, this is freely open. I'm not logged into anything. You saw I just copied something. And so now the people can share their data. You can see the attributes. These are all the attributes in the table, and then other data that is related to that data set. All right. Now I'm going to go through, 2 more web pages just to show you guys some ideas. Tom's like, does she need help copying? Live demos are always a pain, but I thought it would be more fun for you guys to watch these. All right, so this one should come up. This should be the UAE. And the UAE, they've got a little bit of funding. So this is what funding does you. This is what oil money does, right? So they did some really cool stuff for their SDGs that they're trying to meet. So this is their hub. And you'll see they specifically went right into looking at initiatives. So this is what I'm talking about with initiatives. It's helping people focus on items that matter to them in the country. So what I'll do is I'll open one of those initiatives, and it's back to another hub page. This is just another story map pretty much that allows you to go through and see. I like the way that this is the initiative page, and it gives some of the information tangibly so that people can, that aren't mappers, can understand what they're doing, lots of information. And then down at the bottom, it gives a pretty cool interactive map that will allow you to see what the coastal and marine information is. Let that redraw for a second. But the idea here is to, instead of just having a completely open data focus for the UAE. They focused it in certain areas that matter to the citizens of the UAE and for people visiting. So you can get into this map and you can zoom in and you can get information, see the data that they've collected and details about their coastal and marine habitat. And then the last one I'm going to show you is, again, a really developed page, because Washington, D.C. happens to have really good GIS data for lots of reasons, right? So this one here, oh, wrong one. Am I going back again? Sorry. I know. See if this one will work. Anyway, so Washington, D.C. has some really great data. The only reason and so I get it that this isn't, trying to compare what you do in D.C. to what we do in secondary cities is a little apples and oranges. However, I did want to show this one because what they've done is environment is one of their areas of focus. So you see, first we have, you can go into any of these areas of focus at the top here. And again, it goes into some statistics. This is their hub page for environment. And you go into, the trees that are planted. So if you live in Washington, D.C. and you're concerned about the environment, you can get information here about that, what the programs there. And then down here at the bottom are the real initiatives. So when we go into like the green viewer, we can actually get to the data, get to the map about green initiatives in Washington, D.C., back in, seeing how they get the information to the public. And again, we have to wait for the redraw, so I don't want to go too much longer, but I just want to give you some examples on ways that cities around the world are focusing their initiatives. So maybe this is options as you all go forward that we might want to think about developing or encouraging communities to focus their GIS on some specific initiatives or topics that will help get the community around it and get an environment where they can look at those details. That's all. Great. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tiffany. I would like to introduce our second speaker, Gaston Bongalou. He is our secondary cities local champion for Douala, Cameroon. He is an expert in business strategy, operations management, and IT. He's focused on flooding, waste management, and emergency preparedness. And if you need some excitement in your life, just go see Gaston because he will show you a magic trick. He often performs magic tricks at parties. So we'll have to see one later.
Yeah, thank you so much. I really want to thank Lee for the secondary city project, Melinda, and the university for all the support they have been providing for the last few years. I want to share some use cases with you about what we're doing in Douala, and I'm sure you're going to see some of the topics that we have been discussing, how you're trying to tackle them in Douala. But since Amanda told you about my trick, I like to tell stories. So before you guys leave, I want you to take something with you back home, something about Douala. So in Douala, when you say, how are you? You say, Imane. And how do you respond? Imabuam. So Imane. Imane. Wonderful. So let's talk about Douala. So Douala was selected as one of the first cities to do the secondary city project. We started in 2016. We are now in year 2. And what is very particular with Douala is a coastal city. And over the years, the sea level has been rising, and that's creating a lot of issues on 2 key aspects, flooding and waste management. Waste management is not done very well, and for obvious reason. City is growing very fast, and there's not enough funding to make it happen. So the focus for Douala was really around, how do we improve the resiliency around those two topics. As Melinda mentioned earlier, we try to make sure that we work with all the key organizations to start thinking about, having all the access required, but also how do you sustain the project over years. So we do work with the University of Douala. They do have a GIS department, and they have been providing students over years. So the first year we had around 40 students that got trained in GIS, and this year we have around 20 students. They do most of the data collection. The good news is because you have the same faculty, you can maintain the knowledge within the university as students graduate and leave the university. The second thing we did, we tried to make sure that the mayor of Douala is very deeply involved in what we're doing, working together with the U.S. Embassy to try to put some pressure. The good news is the general counsel for the U.S. is based in Douala. So we try to get them involved also with site visits and everything else, and that's very important. On the other side, we do work with the National Geographic Institute. They're the gatekeeper. So we want to make sure that we get all the access, talking again about open data and everything else. So what do we do in year one? In year one, we really spend our time mostly focusing on building the capacity, helping the university create some training programs so that the student can get up to speed and continue the program. And we collected some data across the entire city. That was the first time everybody was very excited. How do we get enough data for Douala? And one of the things that was very special is, if you look at the two pictures at the bottom, we collected data in a district where they never collected data before. It's an island. So you see people in a little boat braving the ocean, try to get there and collect the data. That was very, very exciting, but also scary for me, because I was thinking, if something happens to those young people, what are we going to do? So as a result of year one, we had around 9,000 data points that were collected across the entire city, and we have more, different categories of data. But that really raised two questions as we completed data year one and tried to go into year two. This is very nice for us as scientists, as business people. But what does that mean for the citizen of Douala when there's flooding? I don't think that much. And the second question is, how do you sustain the process and the data collection and the data quality as we look at the end of probably the project? So that leads us to year two. This is year two. This year, we had flooding in Douala basically a month ago. As you can see, you get almost 1 to 2 feet of water in some area of the city, and very often people don't know where to go, because there's no real direction, there's no coordination in terms of flooding, and there's really limited education in terms of what do I do before, during, and after flooding. And that's extremely important because a lot of those people don't have a lot of goods. So whenever you have some flooding, they lose most of the things that they have. So how do you help people getting better prepared for flooding? And that led us to year two. So working with the city of Douala, we said, let's try to be very focused. Going back to the discussion that Tiffany said, let's pick one area in Douala that's really prone to flooding. Let's improve the data collection. Let's improve the data quality. And let's see how we can build a foundation really for a digital city where you start providing some services based on the data that you're building. So something that CSU did this year that was very important to us was to define some of the data set and some of the attributes. And that was extremely important for two reasons. A, now you have consistency across the city, but B, you can also exchange data with the cities. So the third thing that we decided to do in Douala is let's build an application for the people so that the normal Joe on the street can be notified what to do before flooding, during flooding, and after flooding. And one of the trigger of that thinking is the project in the Ukraine. In the Ukraine, they created a software component, I think on year one, on how to go to certain places. I think it was a proprietary solution. However, it triggers some thinking from our perspective. So you know what, let's use Street Map and try to do the same thing with an open source software. So that's what I would like to share with you.
So just to clarify, it's the Kharkiv Secondary Cities Project partners in Ukraine that developed an app that shared with the rest of the Secondary City Network.
Yeah. So this is still a better version, but this is really the portal that everybody will be using in Douala. It's very responsive. Most of the people don't have any PC, but they do have cell phones because everybody is using WhatsApp. So with the cell phone, they can go here and they can really look at, okay, what do I do, before the flood, during the flooding, and after the flooding? And that's very important to them because a lot of people don't have that basic education. And we're going to try to use a lot of pictures and illustration to make it simple for everybody who, people who don't really know how to use a computer, but have basic, 5-step, do this, do this, do this. The goal is to try to launch this within the next 2 to 3 months. The second thing that we also did is integrate OpenStreetMap into that application. I just want to show you two two little features. So Tom, I might need you if I get stuck. Are you sure I got it? Yeah, I'm not a Mac user, so he was trying to explain to me how to scroll down here. Yeah. Yeah, let me go. I'll let you do that. I just want to scroll down. Let's scroll down. Keep scrolling down. Yeah. Keep going down. Keep going down. Keep going down. What evacuation? Okay, just click there. I want to show you something very cool. When you have
Let me make
a
sure.
flood,
Let me make sure it's
yeah.
on the screen.
Okay. So what technology is building? The whole idea is whenever you have flooding, people don't know where to go. If you remember the first picture, so one of the things we want to do in Douala is show people the next evacuation route based on where you are. Can you go back to? So you can see some of the simulation. So basically, this shows you, depending on where you are, if you zoom in, you can see exactly what's the next place you go. We can just zoom into the picture. And this is extremely good for the people. The mayor saw this last week, and he said to us, Gaston, let's step back. So you can tell me what's happening where. A month ago, they started a trash collection process in Douala. Again, we're going back flood and trash because when you have flood, trash, waterborne diseases. They're trying to have trash collection points everywhere into the city. So you say that means if I have my trash collection point, I can know real time whether or not trash was collected by people sending me that information at the end of the day. Now you started thinking about how do we take the project to the next level. Okay? So let me go back to the presentation. Sorry, technology. I'm not a big Mac user, so. It's loading. It's loading. Okay, you guys have it. So these are some of the screenshots. You know, one is the direction, as Melinda was saying. When you leave, when you go to a country, how do I go from place A to B? You can do the same simulation with the application that we're putting together. But the thing that's really cool with the secondary city is we realize it could be the foundation for changing the way people consume data. We talked about the trash collection from the mayor. We are talking about urban planning. How can people use that information now to go to the next level? And he asked us a very sound question. He said, I like what you guys are doing. How are we going to make money? Because I don't have enough revenue to sustain the project. He said, I want you guys to start thinking about, is there some of the information that could be shared with the public for free? Is there some information that we can share for a certain cost? And by doing so, be able to sustain the model. And what Douala is doing right now, they're building their command center for the city so they can really have a better control of the entire city. And they would like to integrate this tool as part of the command center. The second thing that we did, talking with the mayor, we realized there are many different projects that are talking about resiliency in Douala. The World Bank is right in Douala right now, talking about resiliency. France is in Douala talking about resiliency. The Minister of Housing and Urban Development, they're also very interested about resiliency in the cities. So we are working with all those three agencies and basically saying, we are collecting data. That is what we all need at the end of the day. And more importantly, how do we present that information for the normal Joe so they can make decisions? How do you present that information, put that information into incubation center so young people can start creating applications like in Rwanda where they have their version of Uber on motorcycles? I mean, it is really interesting to see what you can enable as you engage those discussions. So we are extremely excited about what we're doing in Douala. I hope together today we'll find ways beyond what we're thinking about how to sustain this project and really give them the lift that they require in order to sustain themselves and really create some transformation in those countries. On that note, thank you.
I think we'll break for lunch now and
Can I say one thing?
questions.
I just want to say that the most important thing about sustaining projects like this is to have champions like Gaston. So the projects would not survive if we didn't have our champions in each of the cities. So keep that in mind as we have recommendations that really important to have a strong champion. So thank you very much. All right.
If you want to ask Tiffany or Bethzone any questions, I encourage you to do that during lunch. And I think we can go ahead and break. We have a 30-minute lunch in the Lee Gathering Room over this way.
It's like always hard to capture everything that you want to say.
Hello, everyone. I hope you all had a nice lunch. Thank you, Wendy, for getting that together for us. So we're getting into panel 2, and that will be moderated by Laura Klein. Laura is a geographer with the Office of the Geographer in Global Issues with the State Department. Laura is not only the director of our Secondary Cities Initiative, but she's also a certified map and guidebook specialist as an alumna of DC's only travel map store. So it seems like we have a few DC experts in the room. And she will be moderating our second panel called Data Users and Disseminators, Creating Continuity for Urban-Focused Initiatives at the Local Scale. Oh, and I guess I'll also introduce the panelists. We have Vince Seaman. He is a senior program officer for the Global Development Polio team at the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Vince is an expert in many disciplines. He's had 4 previous careers, including a lab chemist, pharmacist, high school teacher, and environmental toxicologist. And he didn't start in his current line of work until he was well past the age of 50. I did not put that in there, he did. Counting his teaching work, he's spent 30 plus years in the classroom as either a student or a teacher. Next, we have Larry Sperling, who leads the U.S. President's Emergency Plan for AIDS Relief, Data Revolution for Sustainable Development team. They're working to end the AIDS epidemic and other developmental challenges. This is really interesting. Throughout Larry's career, he's had some pretty amazing opportunities. And while serving as the EPA's attaché in Mexico, the ambassador asked him to take former President Jimmy Carter and Rosalind Carter bird watching. It was raining that morning, so they were worried that they weren't going to see any birds. And luckily, at the end of their hike, they spotted 2 green hummingbirds feasting on agave flowers, and so Jimmy and Rosalind were very happy. We also have Bobby Crutchfield, who is the CEO of Masengo. Did I say that correct? Okay. And who works to support defense and intelligence. He is an imagery and geospatial analyst and also a veteran of the Iraq and Afghanistan wars. So we thank you for your service. Bobby is also a family man. He has 3 daughters and obliges them by dressing up for Comic-Con, Rain Fair, and Halloween. And last but not least, we have Jesus Vicente, who is the acting director of the Technology for Development team at Mercy Corps, focused on Africa. He's a big fan of cinema and is a bit stuck in the 80s. For example, Matthew Broderick in Ferris Bueller's Day Off is a major icon for him.
Still.
Thank you.
With that lead in, now I get to follow up. As we mentioned, or as she mentioned, we talked this morning about what data capacity is out there, what data is being created. This afternoon, we wanted to switch the focus a little bit and bring it together with who's using this data. What are some of the organizations that are applying data in the field, working at urban levels? What sort of projects are they working on? We know, of course, and our keynote set us up very well this morning, that urban areas are growing. There's lots of reasons. There's economic reasons. There's safety and security reasons. As these areas grow, it's going to be only more important that we have data about human activity to better understand issues of resilience, public health, and development, to include sustainable development goals, which I think we'll hear a little bit more about here just momentarily. So in our secondary cities perspective, through that lens, how do we put together potential data users or potential future capacity for data use with the, or put together future demand with the capacity, if you will. So with that, I'm going to kick it off. We've asked each of our panelists to speak for just a few moments about their programs and their perspectives on these topics. And then we're going to start with some audience questions and kind of intersperse it with some more conversation. So we'll start with Vince Seaman, please.
Okay, thank you. And I made the comment about being over 50 when I started my career, in case any of you are unhappy with your careers and think you're too old to start over. It's never too late. So anyway, so I work for the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and just a few quick notes about how the foundation is structured. So Bill and Melinda and Warren Buffett we call them the co-chairs because they're the three managing kind of partners. And each year they have a strategy of things they want to accomplish, and it's all about raising the quality of life of every person on the earth to a certain level. It's kind of the main goal. And then they have different program teams that address each one of those issues. And so a lot of health related programs. We have a big agriculture program, family planning, gender equity, financial services for the poor, things like that. So currently I sit on the polio team, and just to give you an idea, the foundation, I think their annuity is over $70 billion right now, and each year they have to spend 10% of that in order to maintain a nonprofit status. So the polio team, our annual budget is about $400 million, and we have to give all that money away. Tough problem to have, but it's not as easy as it sounds. And actually, half of that money goes to WHO and UNICEF to fund most of their polio programs. So right off the top, we take care of most of that. And then the rest of the people, our job is to make sure that we invest that money in such a way that it helps us reach the strategy of eradicating polio. And that's a much easier strategy than some other programs have. I mean, it's not easy to do, but it's easy to articulate. So just an example, and every program is fairly autonomous, so they kind of do things the way they want to and the way they feel are appropriate. So we don't have like centralized GIS support team or other types of support that tell program teams what to do. So each team, if you've ever dealt with the foundation, you have to deal with each team separately if you want to engage them. And it makes it hard for cross-cutting type projects or data because right now we have no coordination process to make that happen. We have individuals, that's one of the things that I try and do at the foundation is get other teams to talk with each other and share resources and collaborate and so forth, but it's not easy. So just an example of the polio work that we've done. When I first started, I was in Nigeria. I was working for CDC at the time, and I was seconded to WHO there. And we found polio does house-to-house campaigns that go over 4 days, and teams have to visit every household and vaccinate every child under 5 years old. And just imagine doing that like a place like here. that would not be easy. With all the resources we have, it'd be a big challenge. Kids are at school, they're visiting relatives. You have to get everyone, and if they're not home, you have to go back. And in a place like northern Nigeria, it's like there's no infrastructure, there's no cellular reception in most places, education is very poor. And so to plan a whole campaign like that is really a challenge. And so we found one thing that they really needed were better maps. They just had these cartoon maps on the wall that had a couple of settlements, and they were not in the right places. They weren't complete, and so we were having outbreaks in settlements that weren't being visited by teams. So we ended up mapping the whole northern half of Nigeria by sending people to every settlement, and we used satellite feature extraction, so we knew where all the settlements were, so we didn't miss any. And then we tracked vaccination teams so we could see that they went, where they went, and more importantly, where they didn't go, and then provided feedback to help them improve the coverage. So that was very successful in getting rid of polio in Nigeria. Along the way, we started modeling population based on the settlement features and ground truthing data. Because we were there, we could actually do enumerations and microcensus. And so we built basically the first bottom-up population model at a national level in Nigeria. So we now have a 100-meter gridded raster layer with confidence intervals for the whole country. And that's available on Geopode website. It's geopode.world. But it's free data. You can download the raster or the population data, and we validated it in quite a few instances, and it's pretty accurate. So this led to a project called Grid 3, where we're trying to replicate this work in other countries. The partners in that project are UNFPA, FlowMinder, and the Season Group at Columbia University. And so we hope that is successful. And the last thing I'll mention is that one of my grants is I support a capacity building project at the WHO Afro Regional Office in Brazzaville. And part of that project is to create a GIS focal point and train them in basic use of geospatial software and reference data analysis in every Afro country at the Ministry of Health and in the WHO country office. And so if you're working in any of those countries, hopefully there'll be somebody there that at least knows something about spatial data and has started to organize and collect data for the country. So I think I'll stop there.
Thank you. And we'll move to Larry Sperling.
Thanks very much, Laura. So getting to take Jimmy and Roz Carter bird watching, it pales in comparison to the honor that I feel being with you all today. And I have to confess I'm not a geographer, so please be nice to me. Lee and Laura wanted me to touch on the Sustainable Development Goals. So I actually have two objectives for my 3 minutes, and that's to riff on that a little bit, but also talk about some of the work that we're doing on the global AIDS response and supporting sustainable development and data. So how many people know about the Sustainable Development Goals? Everybody? Or how many people don't know about the Sustainable? So good, I don't have to go into a lot of details, but you all know that the SDGs were adopted in 2015 and have the support of 193 countries. And they articulate 17 big goals for ending essentially all human challenges, all development challenges across social, economic, environmental, and governance challenges. 17 goals, 169 indicators or targets, and 230 indicators that share common principles of seeking to leave no one behind and advancing on development. And they present an integrated approach, recognize that making progress on one goal interfaces a lot with a lot of the other goals. So you can look at the Sustainable Development Goals as a complex systems approach to dealing with human development challenges. And when you zoom into the urban level, all of those challenges kind of come into focus. So SDG 11 is its own independent goal, but also cuts across all the rest of the goals. Talks about making cities and human settlements inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. And targets under the SDG 11 includes addressing housing and slums, green spaces, air pollution and solid waste, transport, and disasters. But Goal 11 really integrates, it's one of those goals that really cuts across all the other social, economic, environmental, and governance goals. And you can imagine, if you look across all of the 17 goals, articulation and the need for data at the local level to inform decision making and also to monitor progress. And the SDG's Goal 17 has a particular focus. Goal 17 is about means of implementation. And it talks about partnerships, talks about financing, but it also talks about data and building capacity in the developing world to drive to the creation of data to help monitor and achieve all of the goals. One thing I'll point out in an observation, kind of in anticipation of our discussion, is that there tends to be, there's a lot of discussion about how the indicators and targets are supposed to help with both monitoring progress at the global level, but also informing action at the local level for making progress on the Sustainable Development Goals. I think there's a little bit of a disconnect, though, in what I see a lot of activity coming from UN bodies that tend to focus much more on the monitoring side of things and much less on what is needed for local decision makers to actually take action. And the geospatial piece of it is very important. It's well recognized, and you have a lot of these global organizations like GEO and CIOS and UNGGIM working on building capacity for geospatial data for monitoring and decision making. One observation I'll make is that there tends to be more of a focus in those fora on Earth observations and less on the kind of local on-the-ground data in situ, locally observed by people on the ground. A lot of what we're talking about here in the Secondary Cities Initiative, and a lot of what we've been working on in PEPFAR. So PEPFAR is the global AIDS program of the United States government, and we're working to put an end to the AIDS epidemic in close collaboration with the 23 countries where we have bilateral programs, plus about 30 additional countries where we have regional programs. And we're data-driven. We want to make sure that we're using data to be smart, to get our interventions to the right people, the right place, at the right time. The HIV/AIDS epidemic is extremely geospecific, if you will. It varies from place to place. So we're very focused on getting granular and disaggregated and down to the district level and the facility level on where are the clinics, where are the hospitals, where are the patients, where are people who are at risk, who engage in risky behaviors, where are the people we want to reach out to and promote prevention, and where are the schools, where are the community centers. One of the things we've done, we've partnered with the MapGive program in Lee's office and Youth Mappers and Humanitarian OpenStreetMaps, and identified a number of hot tasks, OpenStreetMap tasks, where in Africa in particular that are undermapped. And engage students, engage the YALI, Young African Leaders Initiative, regional leadership centers, engage universities in the United States, and done a lot of the base mapping to fill in these details. But what we really need is to take it to the next level, which is the coloring in of the maps. working with locals to provide those details. Where are the clinics, hospitals, places of risk, et cetera, and matching up, enabling us and our local partners to match up risk and transmission of HIV/AIDS and services and where they're available, so that we can better target our resources to end the AIDS epidemic. So one of the things that we've been involved with, that I'm personally involved with, is a partnership with the Millennium Challenge Corporation, another U.S. government agency that has its own development model, but they're our implementing partner in an effort called Data Collaboratives for Local Impact. And we've been working in Tanzania and now in Cote d'Ivoire to really take data capacity building for ending the AIDS epidemic, for improving gender equality, addressing gender-based violence, economic opportunity, and other related challenges down to the local level. So in Tanzania, we've been working in 3 districts, Kyela, Mbeya, and Temeke, which is a suburb of Dar es Salaam. We've been doing a lot of this local mapping. And in all 3 districts, we started by listening to the community, by sitting down, doing listening sessions, and understanding what the community pain points are, and beginning to identify how improving data capacity could help with the problems that the communities face and their challenges. Kyela has taken that effort and turned it into a data roadmap, essentially a costed plan. And they're looking for funding, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, looking for funding to support their effort. It's not going to cost them a lot of money, but they have a vision for how they can build data capacity. In Mbeya, a fairly rural district of Tanzania, we worked with a local community health worker organization. So community health workers are like extension service that go out, where clinics and hospitals don't reach, or, reach people who don't show up and go to doctors, and find people who are at risk, find people who might be HIV positive, encourage them to get tested, to get on meds, to stay on meds, et cetera. We started engaging them after having done some of the hot mapping and building their capacity, the volunteers, to map where they're providing services, so we have a better fix on the shape of the epidemic in that district. And then in Temeke, the suburb of Dar es Salaam that I mentioned, we work with a hospital, Amana Hospital. A lot of people show up for services and they don't know their address. Well, we want to know, not necessarily like down to the square meter, but generally where they live. Well, if you don't know your address, how do we get that information? We had worked with the HOT folks to map SHINAs, which are neighborhoods. It's a sub-ward level. And people, they may not know their address, but they know who their SHINA leader is. So when they show up for HIV services at the hospital, by asking who's your SHINA leader, we're able to have a certain amount of granularity as to where people who are in need of these services are, and help to better inform follow-up and making sure that folks are retained in treatment and end up virally suppressed, so they can't pass on the disease to others. So we're taking a lot of those lessons from Tanzania and taking it to Cote d'Ivoire now. One of the things we're doing, combining that focus on hospitals and community health workers, we're going to be facilitating getting the clinics and hospitals and the community health organizations working together, so that they're looking at data together and they're learning from each other where to go, who to service, who to offer services to, and better allocate resources between them. So final word, I'm one of the biggest fans of the Secondary Cities Initiative, because what you guys are doing is really critical, taking it down to the local level. I think it's really important to focus not just on building the capacity to produce and analyze data, but to make sure it's used by locals and useful to locals for decision making to solve the problems that they care about. And that's what we'll be working with MCC and the DCLI program, Global Partnership for Sustainable Development Data, which is another organization that we support, has been working at this global level, and we're really pushing them to get it down to the local level. So onward, great work that you
Thank you. Yeah, that's certainly a whole list of questions that could keep us going for at least another day or two out of your topics you've mentioned there. I thank you so much. We'll move on to ask Bobby Crutchfield to talk a little bit about his work.
Yeah, absolutely. So I got to be honest, I'm not nearly as interesting as everyone else that's been up here. However, I do come from a world that's a little different from everyone else's up here. I started out worrying about force protection. How do you best take care of soldiers, Marine airmen, and dare I say sailors? And so I approach human geography a little bit differently. I'm looking at, as opposed to, necessarily an AIDS epidemic or something to that effect, traditionally I'm looking at how historically have the people interacted, where have the different tribes lived, where are the different ethnicities broken down. I can tell you in my first stint in Iraq, we had like an hour-long briefing from a lady who lived in Iraq like 25 years prior, and when we got there, we were completely unprepared. Even to this day, I was in Kabul, and you end up with these maps that are non-attributed. You have no idea, the metadata is not there, and you're like, oh yeah, people tell you this is where the tribes are all at, and you look at it and you start chuckling like, well, who told you that? It was here when I got here. Okay, so we have no idea if this is even remotely accurate or up to date or anything. No idea. And then they ask you to plan a mission. Like, hey, which one of these tribes historically like us and don't like us? And you're like, good question. Based on this document that I don't know how old it is and I don't know who made it and I don't know how accurate it is, well, hopefully you guys will all make it out of this. So that's where I came from originally and decided, you know what, when I started working alongside my government colleagues, that's kind of how I focus on everything. At Masego, we decided we were going to build a human geography data set that answered not only some of those force protection problems, but also addressed some of the wider HG issues and HG problems. So, I mean, for want of a better term, we won the Mentor Protege program at NGA with Booz Allen Hamilton. And essentially, we're being funded to build out a new data set and portal that will allow anyone who's subscribes to it to access to the data, which ultimately will address your HADR concerns, your urban development, force protection, business intel, all that fun stuff. And we look at things like non-combatant evacuation plans that are built to try and get American citizens out of some pretty bad situations, whether it's the Rwandan genocide, or I mean even the Haiti earthquake, which was a great example. We work to try and get our people out, alongside the State Department. And so one of the things that tends to be missing is the HG component. They're like, yeah, here's a road, here's an airport, land your helicopter here on this soccer field, good luck. You're like, wait a second. These people are going to war with each other right now. They're killing everybody. It's cool. There's no vertical obstructions. Just land your helicopter there. And so we looked at that and we said, you know what, we can do this better. And we started looking at some of the other issues that many of you have addressed today. Looking at things like looking at the different pathogens. We intend to work with the CDC on this project as well, to try and figure out not just, hey, where is Ebola at, right?
But how did we ultimately stop Ebola? It wasn't because you knew that it was in Liberia or in Sierra Leone. It wasn't that. You didn't put troops at the border to stop it. Like, aha, you have Ebola, you're not coming in. That's not what happened. We realized that it was a human geography situation, right? We realized that it was the way they handled their dead that was allowing the disease to spread, right? And so the data sets at Masego that we're building, essentially what we're doing is we're going out, we're grabbing open data. We're working with Fayetteville State University right now, wonderful HBCU down in North Carolina. We have 6 researchers, 2 data scientists down there. We have a senior data scientist that's full-time on my staff, along with the VP for Human Geography. I'd be remiss if I didn't say her name because I know she's going to watch this at some point. Ada, thank you. And so the data set, the way it works is you're going to be able to go in there. The researchers go in, they do 5 regions at a time. Right now we're starting in Western China. I don't know how familiar you are with the Uyghur situation that's going on there, but 5 districts in Western China, 1 in Beijing, and then we're just going to continuously build out. It feels a little like the Secondary Cities Project, which is, I think, one of the reasons why Laura called me and said, hey, I think there's some definite synergies here. Additionally, we're building a global data set alongside of it. So we're doing things like digitizing the CIA World Factbook. I see people all the time, they want to talk about artificial intelligence and all this cool stuff and some really high-speed machine learning that's way over my head. But at the end of the day, there's a lot of really simple stuff that just hasn't been done yet. So we're doing things like that, getting your World Bank data, getting your census data, and putting it in a centralized location, getting your secondary cities data. Today I heard of 2 different programs I'd never heard of before. I sat up there on my phone and Googled them. I was like, oh my God, this is amazing, right? And so at the end of the day, what I'm looking at is, okay, how do we get all of these disparate data sets that are in all sorts of different formats, different file formats. Some of them are already geo-enabled. Other ones are just reports, right? Some of them are published thesis papers that are pretty solid. So how do we get all of that into one location so that any consumer can take a look at it and say, all right, I want to know about AIDS in Tanzania. Well, you can just either type in Tanzania or you can zoom in on the map and then voila, everything you want to know from a pathogen standpoint, you just click on the medical theme, as it were, and I'm chuckling because I know Ms. Lyon's not a big fan of the 13 themes, but you'd click on it and say, all right, what do I need? What can you tell me about this area? And so everything that we have we brought in, and we're going to the whole point of this is to standardize the data. Okay, that's key, right? The interoperability, the standardization of the data, the ability for a researcher at Harvard to be able to deal with a researcher at Fayetteville, to be able to talk to Liz and her team at NGA, to be able to talk to the UK team out in London and DGC. That ability is critical. And so we've seen that. Fortunately for me, I've been in a position where I've had the opportunity to talk to many different nations, and that's kind of my big takeaway, is that without this standardization, without this interoperability, we just have a bunch of really hard to find data sets out there, right? And so at Masego, we're trying to, and one of the things that was brought up earlier was, how do you monetize this, right? Well, we have figured out a way. And so we are taking our data set as we're building it, and we're going to continuously build it out, and every 10 weeks, give or take, sorry if my researchers are watching this, you guys are going to have to pick up the pace a little bit. Every 10 weeks or so, the intent for us is to be able to, we've gotten the automation to the point where you're not just getting a data set delivered to you and saying, hey, here's your snapshot in time of what we collected when we collected it. Our algorithms are going to go back out and say, all right, have any of these organizations that you collected from originally put out anything new? And if so, each iteration, each 10 weeks is what we're looking at, 10 to 12 weeks, you are going to get an update on that location based on anything that's been published, any data that's been put out. And then once we roll into phase 2 and 3 of the program, we're going to start pulling in, we have a slew of imagery analysts where we're going to be able to say, all right, let's see if anything has changed, from a remote sensing perspective. let's take a look down there and see, we're not just going out there and doing Google searches, every 10 weeks. That's silly. So we're going to try and double up so that we can get everything shy of ground truthing, and not remote sensing, but actually people on the ground walking around, everything shy of that to give you the most reliable data possible. Yeah, that's all.
That sounds amazing. Yeah, and like you said, it's monetizing that and kind of finding a way to move forward with that. Now, of course, let's hear from Jesus and your work.
Yes, or the work of Mercy Corp. So I'm apologies as well. I'm not a geographer myself. However, I am a data advocate and a data steward, and a big fan of the SDGs and the so-called data revolution. Ever since while in the middle of my midlife crisis, studying a master's at the Fletcher School. When I turned 40, I read Digital Humanitarians. It's a book from Patrick Meyer, also a Fletcher graduate, who wrote the book after all the work that he did in Haiti, utilizing platforms like USAID, among others. After that, I also read A World That Counts, the paper basically written by the UN right before the SDGs basically started in December 2015, I think it was, that talks about how basically the importance of basically harnessing all forms of data, the small data, which is still rather important, especially for organizations like us, that is basically survey data or M&E data, as you name it, the big data, and I put, and I remember we talked about this when we did the course, in remote sensing course, the heavy data. Heavy data to me is more the satellite Earth observations data, and big data is more the digital crumbs, the digital transactions basically, or the digital crumbs that are consequence of the human transactions with the digital world as we see it. So I'll talk about Mercy Corp. Mercy Corp, we do have a lot of things going on that I think relate to the topic of today's discussion, primarily around basically geospatial technologies, open mapping, location intelligence, GIS, etc. I'll start briefly by talking about the program that I support, that I'm responsible for. So we are a grant team funded by Cisco. There are 7 initiatives under the grant. 3 initiatives I think are relevant to the topic of today. One initiative has to do with responsible data privacy, data ethics. Obviously, Mercy Corp is an organization, like probably many others here, that ultimately work with the most vulnerable, and because of that, we need to be very careful on how do we leverage technologies that use data, and how do we harness data and take action from data. So we are in the process of developing our global data policy. We've used a variety of references, among others is the Signal Code, of course, from the Harvard Humanitarian Initiative, and many others. And a second initiative is data-driven decision-making initiative. And this is an initiative that we designed to basically tackle 3 areas of this so-called big data revolution or data revolution. Let's just go back to data. And one is the measurement revolution, which obviously has to do with measuring and monitoring and evaluation, basically. And after that includes using new technologies and new sources of data to help us generate new indicators that can be measured. So it's not just about leveraging remote sensing or drones or physical sensors, IoT, etc., to measure, but actually identifying that there are new things that can be measured. The second is the management revolution, and that is basically, I come from the private sector. I worked for 14 years for Orange France Telecom, and I've seen how mobile operators have transformed digitally and have, thanks to digital technologies, basically help improve their bottom line. Now, the bottom line that they have to improve and the bottom line that Mercy Corp has to improve are very different. Our bottom line is to do with lifting people out of poverty and providing them with a future, basically. And but there is an opportunity for us to basically manage these technologies and this data and help improve that bottom line, as long as we do it ethically and responsibly. The third sort of sub-revolution that we work under data-driven for decision making is the accountability one. And I think this is a very important one, in particular relevant to today's discussion. I think open data mapping technologies are probably the ultimate form of giving people's agency, giving people accountability, and help them basically to challenge the world that is surrounding them, often basically putting barriers for their success. So that's the second initiative. The third initiative that I think is relevant to today's discussion is called Digital Communities, where we work on two fronts. One is we don't provide connectivity, but we do. Cisco give us some Wi-Fi, Cisco Meraki equipment that we use in certain instances to provide Wi-Fi connectivity. But for the most part, we work on building what we call purpose-driven partnerships that will basically help connect the unconnected. And by that, I'm saying providing internet-based connectivity services, not just 2G, GSM. But what we mostly focus on is making information available to communities that most need it, and making information that is credible, that is actionable, and that is relevant to them. All of those terms are very important, I think. And the fact is, we can do as much as we want with data. We can apply all the algorithms that you want and harness all sources of data that you want. But if we do not ultimately take that information and make it actionable for those that need it the most, then basically we're wasting our time. So all of these three initiatives under the Cisco, the Technology for Impact grant, as we call it, are basically working together and I think are relevant. I think we'll talk later about some of the specific programs that Mercy Corp is working on that are very relevant to today's discussion. One of them that I think has been super successful is the Asian Cities Climate Change Resilience Network that operated that work in secondary cities like Chennai, Semarang, and in Indonesia, and Batangas in Philippines. We also have the Urban Climate Resilience for Southeast Asia Partnership, working in Dawei in Myanmar, a secondary city that was experienced rapid urbanization due to what's called the Dawei Special Economic Zone. So again, there are examples there where we use. And in Nepal, we've done a lot of work on landslide hazard assessments. In Uganda, we've worked with, as part of the UK Space Agency International Partnerships Program on developing a product called the DFMS, Drought Flood Management System. In DRC, as part of a big WASH program, working in Goma and Bukavu, we've leveraged geospatial data, local surveys, remote sensing, government data to provide to help us basically identify density of population more accurately, et cetera, et cetera. In terms of the future, I think I'll leave with what I think of the future. So going back to my connectivity and telecommunications, I think the future is going to be determined really by three layers of technologies, in my opinion. Satellite. I think there's new generation of satellites, but not just satellites themselves. I think there's new generation of sensors that are going with those satellites that are going to allow us to basically provide all sorts of monitoring from the space or from low orbits. Devices, mobile devices. I was just talking to our colleague from the World Bank that MTN and Orange have just released or announced that they will be releasing what they call smart feature phones in Africa this year. These are basically feature phones with 3G mobile broadband capabilities at the cost of $20. That is basically half of the cheapest of the smartphones. That's going to basically bring down affordability barrier, which is the key barrier right now that a lot of people are still suffering. On top of that, we still need to obviously advocate for what's called 1 gigabyte for 2% of monthly income, which is a key indicator of affordability for those that are living at $3 a day. But devices are going to be key. And finally, IoT, physical sensors. So those three things combined together are really what I think the future is about. One statistic, and why do I think access is not a barrier? Why do I think we're looking at affordability as the next key barrier? And after, relevance of content and services and readiness of the population, for which I think secondary cities is huge. No? I mean, secondary cities can bring down that barrier of relevance and readiness of the population by building capacity. But why access is not a problem? Well, today, 98% of the world's population lives under at least 2G mobile infrastructure. 90% of the world population lives under 3G, at least 3G mobile internet. Yet only 47% of the world's population, according to the ITU, has access to internet. So that leaves you with 3.2 billion people that could potentially access internet, but are not for a variety of reasons. Could be affordability, could be that whatever is being offered to them in terms of services or contents is not relevant, or it could be that they are not ready. They don't have the capacities to take advantage of all of this. That affordability barrier will be down, as I said, and I think it's down to us and initiatives like secondary cities to make information relevant to the communities we serve, and certainly to help them build those capacities to take advantage of. So, thank you.
Thank you. Wow. So many thoughts that I've got, but let's get started and get the audience engaged. Any questions we can take from the audience to kick us off? Melinda has one.
Thanks so much for that overview. Can you hear me? Yeah, thanks so much for that overview. It seems like you all have explicit examples of projects that have gone on. My questions to you have to do with, have you assessed these to really understand what the success is of them, what the best practices are? You know, how do we know that these are working? Some comments about that. Thanks.
Vince, or Vince, did you want to start?
Okay, so for the project I mentioned, this polio work, you know, the lesson we learned, and this was purposeful, but this was a project that was done pretty much outside of the government. This was external partners that came in. We had a global mission, and we worked with the local NGO to do this work. It was kind of like an emergency. But what we recognized is that if we wanted the country to benefit from this data, that we needed to build capacity in the country, and playing catch up is not the best way to do that. You know, when data is collected by somebody else, it's a hard sell. When you partner with the government up front and you do it together, it's a much different story. So moving forward, this Grid 3 project is built on that principle, where we start off with a agreement with the government of what we're going to do, and hopefully build their capacity along the way. So yeah, so I mean, I think it was successful because it achieved our mission, but I think, you know, helping the country and making a sustainable product, you know, we learned, and we're still working on that part. Yeah.
Jesus?
Yeah, I'll just, I'll reference the key successes of the Asian Cities Climate Change Resilience Network initiative. There are three main successes. First of all, so the focusing on developing an operational framework that could basically exist beyond the life of the grant. The framework was called Urban Climate Change Resilience, UCCR. Making it relevant in each of the different, relevant and contextual, and localize it. As I said, Chennai, Semarang, Batangas, and other cities, they all suffer from completely different scenarios. In Mercy Corpa, we're now actually bringing together under our resilience framework a conflict component, a market systems component, and a climate and ecological, climate and environment component. All those three sort of bubbles are, operate differently depending on the context. Often is the three of them. So focus on that, on making that framework truly operational. Secondly, evidence, literature and evidence. And I think that is, Mercy Corps has a very strong research team, and it was that research team working alongside the operational implementation team generated evidence for this and other programs and resilience. Prime in Ethiopia will be another Prime is resilience related. We use geospatial, but it's not secondary cities related. But the amount of evidence that we produced there was, ultimately made the results undeniable and allow for the project to continue in the hands of the governments and other organizations. And secondly is partnerships. In the case of the Asian project or program, that partnership included a trusted fund that is governed by the Asian Development Bank, and that is ultimately continue to provide support beyond the existence of the grant. But I mean, go back to the concept of purpose-driven partnerships. You start by working together. You ultimately want to finish growing together or wanting to grow together, and that is really working under a single purpose, basically. Yeah.
Another question from the did you want to?
Yeah, I could real quick. We're working on it, essentially, is the short answer. But with respect to the Global Partnership for Sustainable Development Data, we're working with the other funders, primarily UK DFID and Hewlett. Essentially, we've jointly selected an independent evaluator to try to suss out what GPSDD's contribution in the few years that it's been in existence has been to moving the dime on demand and capacity for data-driven decision-making in a complex environment. So it's interesting, they're looking at different approaches for assessing contribution when you're one of many actors all kind of working in the same direction. With the DCLI work with the Millennium Challenge Corporation, the assessment of our impact is a work in progress, and we've recently moved into kind of a scale down mode in Tanzania, and we're trying to get a handle on what is the change that we have wrought. Frankly, we're learning more lessons than answers to the question. We've worked in a bit at the national level by creating a data lab, and a bit at the national level by working with the National Bureau of Statistics, and then in these 3 districts that I've mentioned, and also through a small grant innovation challenge program. So how can we collectively kind of roll up, have we had an impact on the overall ecosystem? What we're seeing is some interesting intangibles, right? There's starting to be an emerging, Silicon DAR data for decision-making ecosystem that the D Lab that we set up is part of. We started the first ever East African Masters of Science and Data Science program. The overarching impact in the 3 districts where we're working, I think it'll take some time to actually see what the results are, and see if Kiela can take its data roadmap to the next level and get find funding to implement it. But so it's been an interesting learning process, and it's a work in progress.
Other questions, or I'll jump in with one. So I know, and thank you all to our colleagues here for kind of touching upon how you've used participatory mapping in the projects that you've worked on. Something we've talked amongst ourselves about is kind of scaling this up, or I'll just pose it to you. Could you see using more participatory map data in going forward in your projects or in the future? What are some of the challenges, perhaps, or recommendations you might have for partnering with participatory mappers, or limitations on using participatory mapping data?
That's mine. All right. So within the ADA data construct, we do have the ability for participatory mapping. There it is. However, one of the things that we do, and I spoke with my colleagues at lunchtime about this a little bit, is we actually rank the data sets. So if something's been peer reviewed, it's rock solid data, it's going to get essentially a level 4, right? It's everything save somebody on the ground saying, yes, that's right. Participatory mapping, in many instances, I think we can all agree that people know their backyards better than necessarily we do. However, there is a lot of room for error when you talk about participatory mapping. There was a project that I'm familiar with where essentially these people were being paid like 2 cents for each feature that they were doing, and the features were terribly wrong. They were trying to get paid. And so for us, the thing is, we leave open the ability to do a campaign. We are fortunate that we have some SMEs on our team that can go back and look at data and say, all right, yes, this is correct, this is not correct. You should probably go back and look at all your data again. However, I will tell you that our participatory mapping that is not immediately verified is typically level 1 or 2. So yes, we would absolutely use it. It has a huge upside, but it also has a potential large downside, and we just want to make all the consumers of the data aware of it.
Sure.
So this is a interesting topic. One thing I didn't mention, and it relates to my question earlier about the what we might use volunteer mappers for. So we're nearing an agreement that hopefully will be made with Digital Globe. I'm not sure if you're aware of the Acopia building footprint layer that's recently become available. So it's kind of a fairly novel. It's not a new product, but it's whatever they're doing, they can produce a country layer in about 3 weeks, and it's at least 90% accurate, probably more in most places. And even though the polygons around each building aren't like extremely tight, they're pretty good. I mean, they're useful for like 99% of the applications you might want. And we purchased these in the past to support mapping work and population modeling, but they're a static data set. So like people say, well, how are you going to update this? So you have to buy the whole thing again next year. So this product is called Map Africa, and it would be this complete layer for the whole continent of Africa that would be refreshed at least once a year or more often when imagery is available. And it would be a public, so there's no licensing. The reference imagery is viewable for validation purposes, but you would have the date and source of the imagery. So to me, that takes care of like that whole problem. And obviously those techniques will get better as we go along. So I would like to see the participatory mapping provide, whether it's quality assurance or validation of data that's been collected or that comes from other sources. Maybe even brainstorming about what you can do with this data, like what types of applications or local problems could be solved. One thing that we're very interested in is base mapping. So, a lot of people collect a lot of programmatic or specialized data sets, but there's no base map. Most countries that we work in do not have an accurate settlement map, and the boundaries aren't right. The administrative boundaries are not correct. And so if you're trying to disaggregate population data or something and you have a boundary that's not right, your numbers aren't going to be right. And so just focusing on getting that kind of data, and I think you could do crowdsourcing type efforts to collect that kind of data with the help of volunteer people who have some training in that area. So that's kind of an area that I'm really interested in, because we can't send people to every settlement in every country to collect this kind of data. So we have to have a better way to do it.
So if I may, the answer is yes, absolutely. We could see more participatory mapping, and we do want to go beyond the base maps. We want to engage local communities and people who are out there, like the community health workers, interfacing the mapping effort with service provision, so that they are collecting information that's geo-referenced that will be useful to them. We actually had a pharmaceutical company that works on HIV/AIDS treatment distribution with local community partners, local HIV positive organizations, and they wanted to learn from our experience in Tanzania and other places. We had them talk with Map Kibera and a few others because they're exploring how they can work with their local partners to do mapping in a way that's useful to them. And one of their big concerns was well, how can you capture the information and get it uploaded if there's minimum connectivity, and how can you produce maps in that kind of low technology environment that will be useful to the locals. But that was a really good, interesting discussion with some of the folks in the OpenStreetMap community. One thing I want to mention, actually two things, if I may, in answer to that question. One is I at least don't underestimate the value not just of the data that's actually produced, but of the excitement and the engagement that is generated from engaging people as participants in the process. I'll tell you, one of the mapathons that we did at one of the Yali Regional Leader Centers, there was a fellow, a young student from a Youth Mappers organization that helped facilitate Elijah, right, Karanja, and he came back out of this thing, went back to his university, and became an AIDS activist, and started doing work in the community and mobilizing his Youth Mapper chapter to help with getting information out about gender-based violence and other issues. So it's that kind of like inspiration that to me is equally as exciting as the data that you get on it. That said, as I think you mentioned, there is an issue of credibility with citizen-generated data. And we see that through the work, as I mentioned, a lot of the monitoring for the SDGs kind of trickles down from the top, from these UN organizations who are working with national statistical organizations, who are beginning to change their mindset somewhat and saying it's got to be not just about rolling up statistics and reporting it to, the national government or the UN. We have to engage other data communities and build their capacity. So there's beginning to be a shift, but that said, there's still a lot of mistrust of citizen-generated data, perhaps for some good reasons. One thing that the Global Partnership for Sustainable Development Data is trying to do, they have a data collaborative around the issue set of leave no one behind. And in that context, there's like a subgroup looking at citizen-generated data and how to address some of these issues of lack of confidence and building the credibility and utility of citizen-generated data. So, we'll see what comes of that. But that is, a bit of an obstacle, I would say.
I think we have a question from...
Thank you very much for your presentations, and I have a question about engaging universities a little more effectively. We had a project called Geospatial Sciences for Sustainable Development in Africa about a decade ago, and Andy Reynolds from the State Department, who was a deputy science advisor, referred to universities as islands of stability. And
islands of what?
Islands of stability.
Stability. Okay.
And I think Gaston referred to the fact that professors were going to stay in place. And yet, when we talk about projects that are being enacted, and I hear Digital Globe, for instance, Vince, and you as an educator, I'd be interested in your view on this. And universities, they're nickel to the dollar of how U.S. governments and other organizations are paying for data. And the data that's generated by well-trained students, getting to Bobby's point, is good quality, because QA/QC has shown that if they're properly trained and given the right tools, they do good work. So my question is, how do we do a better job empowering these islands of stability with projects that are proven to have good quality assurance and quality control, when a lot of the available dollars are being eaten up by the same NGOs. And by the way, Mercy Corps is one of my favorites, and they've been on the geospatial. They've been on the geospatial bandwagon for a long time, but they're competing for the same types of dollars. And somehow, Vince, maybe I'd like to hear you as an educator think about how we might be able to do a better job engaging the availability of student laborers. We've got youth mappers. We've got some projects here, but they're not getting the dollars by even a small magnitude of what's going into a lot of the major organizations. Thank you.
I guess I better start that one. Well, no, I mean, I agree, and I think there was a question this morning, you know, like how do you deal with countries when the government changes, you know, every 2 or 3 or 4 years, and you can't depend on the same people being in power. And this is one of the answers, is that, you know, the academic institutions don't change that much. And so if you can have an alignment and work going on with them, then I think that's a much more stable, you know, situation. Now, how, you know, we do have some investments with academia, and I think the biggest challenge is probably that is creating some sort of a structure within the institution that can manage, you know, say a long-term grant that might go past, you know, an individual set of graduate students, or, you know, it's so like at Columbia with this, you know, the season program there. So this is something we could invest money into, because we know it's going to be there regardless of who the, you know, staff is or who the students are, and it has core funding from other people. So I think it would be, you know, trying to facilitate something like that, and I guess, you know, like the program you mentioned is helpful in the fact that it tries to establish that. You know, the Gates Foundation, I think one of our weaknesses is that, you know, we're always looking for somebody who can do the job, as opposed to building up the capacity of somebody to do the job. Because, you know, everything's looked at as, okay, this is, you know, we need to get this done, we need to get results now. And so investing in capacity building is not usually the primary purpose, unless you can build it into, you know, into the work in some other way. But I mean, I think that there's a huge opportunity for people especially in developing countries, because there's so much data needed from those countries, and these people have control over that. And if they just had some resources, they could probably make a lot of money themselves and have sustainable programs by, you know, by producing data that other people need and would pay for. So yeah, the question is, I guess, how do you get over that hump? But it's a good question.
As long as I have the microphone, by the way, I'm going to do a pitch for something that you when you said CSUN, you reminded me, and you were talking about administrative boundaries. The Worldwide Human Geography Data Working Group that Liz and I co-chair is having a meeting up at Columbia, up at CSUN, October 2nd, addressing the challenge of secondary and tertiary administrative boundaries, since there is no accepted standard of that. So anybody who's interested in that, I can talk about later. Thank you.
Before we leave the topic of academic institutions,
just very quick couple of comments of things that we are trying to do. I mean, I totally agree that it's just not right. I mean, it's not right that, I mean, yes, we want to leverage all these technologies and opportunities, but some of these very important partners like universities don't necessarily take advantage of that. So we, under the Technology for Impact grant, and in particular with data-driven, we're trying to partner in Africa with AfriLabs, which is a network of basically innovation centers, digital innovation centers, and the reason we're doing that is because we want every single Mercy Corps operation, every single Mercy Corps program to have the ability to then talk to these, to the local innovation labs, to the AfriLabs as a hub for innovation, and then these labs understand basically what are the tools, the technologies that are most relevant, and what sort of events can be organized that will support things like, for instance, geospatial mapping. The other thing that we are doing is we're talking to Premise. I don't know if anyone knows Premise. So Premise has a very interesting model. I think it used to be a very expensive model as well, but now is less expensive. And we will probably be launching our first project with them, and we've actually asked them to look for their network, to create their networks, leveraging students at universities. And we're going to be working in Yemen in particular. It's more of a humanitarian related program because, we do believe that there is talent, that the quality component is going to be solved, providing you work with students from this university. So something that we're thinking about, and even though when the money is coming to us directly, we'll try to make to do the best we can to spread and build those capacities. Sorry.
Quick question, if you have.
A follow-up question, basically. I guess in a lot of these places, youth unemployment is actually a major issue, and the youth proportion of the population is growing rapidly. So I'm wondering, that's even the next steps, but beyond the university and even outside of the people who didn't get to go to the university, what are the ideas to give opportunities then to that youth through this type of work?
So if I understood you right, one of the things that we're looking at is the fact that labor is generally much less expensive in a lot of these areas, but you do have to build up the capacity. That's one of the wonderful things about the entire program that Secondary Cities is doing. The problem is that once the program is over, and or once the students leave the university, then what? Then either hopefully they find a job they really love, or that's it. And so what we're trying to do from a private company standpoint is we work with the universities, and we're trying to expand our university base so that the top 10%, which is our goal right now, of anyone who's working on our project would actually become employed by the company, and then could continue doing that and have that regional expertise. And it wouldn't just fall apart after 4 years. And for the people that are overseas, once they get to that point where they're really good, we'd like to team up with Secondary Cities and see if we could potentially offer them some sort of employment to continue within their region. So
if may I real quick? A couple of real quick things. First of all, really good question, and I would add to the question that Lee asked, how can we make sure to work with local universities in the developing countries, not just universities here in the United States? It's really important. That's what you meant. One thing that PEPFAR direction that we're going in to try to promote sustainability and build capacity in the countries where we're working to take on more of the responsibility and leadership on the AIDS epidemic is I think it's by 2020, asking our operating units that distribute our funds to make sure that 70% of our funds go to local organizations. So hopefully that will open some doors for demand from local universities, and I'm hoping that the work we did with the University of Dar es Salaam to set up the first Masters of Science program in data science is something that might take root. But the other thing is, to the extent that there are U.S. universities that are working on this kind of stuff, looking at ways to partner with local universities and work together and assist her. We did this in a small way through the virtual student Foreign Service internship program that the State Department has. We had students from 4 U.S. universities who were supporting the mapping efforts that we were doing for HIV/AIDS, and we partnered them with youth mapper chapters and hot chapters at local universities in Africa, and got them working together. And it worked very well as a pilot. We'd love to see it grow from there. One final thing, my data. So just kind of inspired by the story I mentioned, our friend from Dedan Kimathi University in Kenya, and similar stories. We work with Sustainable Development Solutions Network youth sub-organization to try to launch a network of organizations working across sectors, not just health and HIV/AIDS, that are involved with engaging youth directly on data. So my data is an acronym, Mobilizing Youth on Data for Action and Transformation in Africa. Now, it's an initiative that has kind of taken its course, and we'll see. It needs support to keep it going. It's not something PEPFAR was able to fund because it's so multi-sector, but SDSN Youth is trying to keep it alive, and again, it's something that I think has a lot of potential, but it needs infusion of
And then
wind and life and fire.
don't we all? And then host prerogative. Last 2 minutes, we'll take it on home with Wendy.
Thank you. I have a question for Bobby, in particular for your China projects. May I ask which local organization you're collaborating with, and have you had any pushback or reluctance to collaborate with you from organizations inside China? So the general question really is, if you're interested in collecting data in areas where suppose the government doesn't give you the blessing, what do you do?
That's a great question. Fortunately, in the way that we're building it out, we're able to use first generation and second generation citizens who come over here, become U.S. citizens, to help us not so much understand, the location, but where these particular data sets are located. They're all open source. We're not having to reach out to China to ask them to allow us to have access to their stuff. It's all freely available. The issue that we run into is that most of it's in Chinese, and so we have to have a linguist on the team that goes through, and you can't just Google Translate everything, because anyone who's ever used it knows that it's not that great. So we're able to go in and take a look at all these data sets that are hosted hosted internationally, bring them in, make sure that they meet the mustard, so to speak. We rank them based on their credibility, for want of a better term, and then we're able to incorporate them into the data set. I am certain that at some point we're going to end up needing a data set, or we're going to get a request from one of our clients or customers for a data set that does not yet exist. And the data is going to be scarce. Again, a South Sudan's kind of situation, potentially even something like China. When you talk about data pushback, I imagine there's going to be a ton of it from a nation like China. Probably not as much from a South Sudan, but we have other issues when we start going into combat zones or things of that nature. We already do that. We already send people forward deployed to Afghanistan, anywhere else that it's really not an issue for us. The bigger issue is just making sure that A, everyone is safe on this, and B, that there are, if there are laws protecting any of this data, whether it's just a trademark issue or whether it's state-owned data, that we are not infringing on that. And so we're trying to be incredibly careful about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, thank you all on our panel here. Great conversation today. Amanda will take us to the next.
If you don't mind, we will have a coffee break, but before that, Melinda is going to describe our breakout session and how that's going to work.
Come up to the microphone.
Okay, now everybody, this is your time where you're going to earn We'll want to get feedback from all the teams as much as we can. Whoa, okay. So what I need down here in front is I need a representative from each table.
I can't hear you.
I need a representative from each table. So I need someone to come down. Okay, I've got one. I know there were 4 tables in there. I need 3 more people from different tables.
I'll just come up.
Okay, I have 2. I need 2 more.
Did you take notes? I took notes.
2 more people from the other tables.
Well,
I'm going to start pointing.
scribbled because I can't. I didn't see that earlier. That's so cool.
Okay,
But
2
the
more
teleprompter.
people
Oh,
from the
yeah. I
other
mean, it
tables,
wasn't on when I was
so we can get started on this and we'll be done.
the monitor, but that's great if you do a slideshow
Okay.
and you could have like your notes right there.
And 1 more from my table. I'm not doing this.
Picture on the screen. You'll have to turn around and read your slides.
Okay.
All right. Right there.
All right. Do I have everybody?
One more person.
Do we see
One,
it
it's
again?
Liz. Liz, get down here.
We can all use this one, right?
Oh.
I mean, we'll just
Yeah,
use
so
it.
I'm just
so I'll just
gonna-
leave your laptop up here.
And I'll go
But you
through
have
each
your
one.
your
Yeah, that's good.
okay.
You sit? I guess we're gonna sit. I don't want to stand the whole time.
Okay.
It's a pen. We're an expert.
All right. So how we're gonna run this? How we're gonna run this now is we have representatives from all the different tables.
I don't have it. I wear jackets.
As people,
This is a win.
we're going to start with the first topic that your table talked about. So, Ben, which topic did you start with?
Oh, we started with E, I think. whatever.
So with
Was
the
it?
E
No.
topic,
Sorry.
so if we could
Decision
draw
making, I
up
think we were E.
Ben's groups, Google Doc.
Shoot, I thought I had a.
And what we'll do is Ben will report out for his group on that particular topic, on just one topic. We'll let people
Definitely
have
lost
comments
this
as much as possible. We want to get through all the topics as much as we can. So if Ben could lead the charge on topic E, whatever that is, we'll have some comments from him, and then we'll go to the next group. We'll go to that, whatever topic that was. We'll talk about that based on theirs, and then we'll move forward. I know my table, we really only talked about like 2 topics, so we wouldn't get through all of them anyways. So with that, Ben, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay.
Yeah. So let's see. I'll just restate the question. What evidence do we have that these projects inform decision making? These projects we assumed meaning the things we discussed today, just broadly already, right? What are the metrics of success that demonstrate impact for decision making? And we discussed decision making a bit from the perspective of NGOs and folks outside the countries, and then we realized fairly late in the discussion that we probably meant decision making by folks in country, in, say, the secondary city itself. So a key area, number of users, especially unanticipated consumers. The idea here was that if you develop a data set and unanticipated groups find it of interest, and the more so, the better, you've got votes of confidence, and that's a measure of success. So the sort of the more unanticipated uses, and that was, we all agreed on it, but it was kind of starting with an OpenStreetMap perspective. Number of downloads via portals and databases would be helpful to add on survey for understanding data use. So it's one thing to know number of counts, but if you don't know who's downloading and you don't know whether once they downloaded it they found it useful, you know, it's a little less useful. So some thoughts around just either forcing people to fill out a survey before they upload, if that's possible within the data flow, but having an optional survey afterwards or at download time. Metadata on when and what data is downloaded to build strategy for community mapping to be more applicable and sustainable. Fairly self-explanatory, I think. Cross-reference data download information to gather a bigger picture on data use. So that was about, in an ideal world, being able to look across systems and, or even I think within one system, look at where people are downloading from. I think this is where the idea of using Google Analytics came in on a particular portal, because you can get some picture of where, of country or city of origin for users of a platform. And the more one could cross-reference between pages and where people are downloading from, might help fill in the gaps for a system that isn't currently tracking much about who's downloading what. Okay. And then communities defining their own metrics of success to increase buy-in and provide a more accurate picture. This is about, before a data set or as a data set is, a project is starting, getting a very clear idea of what the community itself is expecting from the project, completely independent of what any outside consultant or coordinating entity might be thinking.
A follow-up question. This seems to me, and the question is, metrics of success that demonstrate impact for decision making. To me, this tells me how many times data might be downloaded, people might be accessing this data, but how does that answer the question about impacts on a decision, and how do we start to track that? Anyone?
Yeah, we didn't address that very well. Any thoughts?
Yes, we're trying to do that a little bit by doing interviews after also, because often, I think we were talking about it in our group, it's often hard to get the stories from the user on how the data was used. And so yeah, sometimes just going at the end of the project or even 6 months later doing independent evaluation, and you can get very interesting tidbits of information on how it was used, but it's really hard to do it systematically. We're trying to think about it. How do get anyone, like for instance, I don't know, Nike is using the OpenStreetMap data to plan where their next infrastructure is, for them to report that story is like almost impossible. So I think, I don't know, yeah, it's the way we're doing it is to go after and interview some of the partners and see if they use the data for what and all of that.
And from our group, we spent a lot of time talking about how the municipality may use the data, and knowing if it was worthwhile and if the municipality wanted the project team to create additional data or continue to create data. So we talked a lot about tax collection and creating data sets that would support increased tax collection, expanding mapping of POCRA, or after seeing the Douala data set, then asking for another data set that looked at trash collection to support an initiative that the mayor was pushing forward with. So I guess renewed interest was our definition of success, or continued interest was how we looked at it.
Other comments on decision making? Okay, let's go to a different topic then. Thanks, Ben. Maybe, I don't know, just whatever you can pull up next, Amanda.
Okay, Laura's group.
Oh. So I'm going to go off my my notes here just as much as the screen. So it was Laura's group combined with Lee's group, which meant that we were basically addressing the question of what resources, let's see, what resources are necessary to market data and tools to networks and partners to inform decisions in a sustainable manner. That pretty much covers everything. I guess my point there, no one's laughing, a couple smiles. There was a lot of overlap with what we were talking about, a lot of cross-cutting themes that I just wanted to kind of state that up front. But talking about the sustainability and future, obviously public-private partnerships or something along those lines is definitely something that we talked about. Laura just mentioned tax incentives. If you can get government leaders to, incentivize them to do the work through increased funding. It was also talked about to, build into. I'm doing sustainability. Yeah, I started with that. F. When partnering with local governments as well, build in some type of a mentoring component to the projects. So the capacity, you're building some capacity there locally. You're not just coming in and doing a project and leaving, but you're leaving with something. You're leaving the local people with something that they can act on, whatever that may be. Let's see. And one of the examples that we brought up with tax-based incentives was like land tenure and boundaries, making sure that those local boundaries are actually up to date and accurate, and they have a copy of them, and everyone in the government is working from that same boundary. Lee said that many times these secondary cities do have good boundaries, but when you start to go to the outskirts or some of the peri-urban areas around there, that's when the boundaries get a little fuzzier. But there's definitely tax incentives to giving people ownership of land and saying, hey, this is your land, now you owe us taxes. And also sustainability, building projects to be multi-sectoral, not just to support a polio vaccine, but also to support other health initiatives. Or if you're going to go out and collect data for a polio vaccination campaign, then you also work with other people and maybe collect tidbits of information that will be useful to them as well, so you have more eyes and hands working with the data. There was security did come up as well in the sustainability. You want to make sure that the people are out there doing this work are safe, and that's, every city has a sketchy spot or two, and those are typically the areas that you have the least amount of information on. Okay, and then going on to resources was the other one. What resources are available? This is inclusive of proposals, grants, websites, repositories, and partnerships that promote these urban-based data projects. Satellite imagery is maybe one of the more obvious remotely sensed information, right? There's been a big upshoot in this in the last 5 years, and there's probably going to be just as much of an upshoot in the next 5 years. Right now, everyone says, hey, we have more than we know how to use, so let's figure out how to use it. So when more comes online, you can not necessarily give a government person a bunch of terabytes of imagery, but you can give them the information that they need from that imagery. And then again, going back to the mentoring and teaching people what this means and what can be done with imagery. People as citizen science or sensors is something that was brought up. How can we get some of those feedback loops in the decision-making process to make sure, the example that we were talking about was the trash removal project in Nigeria, where, Cameroon, where you have a ranking, red, yellow or green. So if your trash hadn't been picked up, then you could call a hotline number, or you could send in a little piece of information to say, hey, that my trash was supposed to be picked up today and it wasn't, and give them a ranking. So that's like real-time feedback loops on some projects where people could be a resource there. Also looking at population estimates, and the trick there is getting that ambient population. So where are people during the day, during the night, during the summer, on vacation? Some of these little, vacation towns and stuff that people are there in the summer but not the winter. Yeah, again, the incubation centers or some of those places where you're also teaching, again, the local populations how to use the data is really important. Some of the prizes and challenges that are coming out now, we said that there's so many prizes and challenges out there, but there's not like one clearinghouse where you can go to find all of those opportunities. And it's always something you might come across on Facebook or Twitter or some random feed out there. But how can you sort of make sure that people that live in these areas are aware of all of the opportunities that exist? And that's basically it. And then some of that gets into like the marketing side of things, is where just making sure the resources are known and available.
From folks.
Yeah, I was in this group, and there was an awful lot of information that will be available that we discussed. But I want to just go back to the first item Chad raised, because I think it's an important one. I didn't want to lose it, and actually Vince raised it and Gaston confirmed it. Is that the donor funding that comes, or any funding that comes from these projects, is very sector specific, but the city administrations that want to use the data are interested in lots of other types of data to make their decisions. So the city may not be interested in the particular sector that's being funded, whether it's a health issue or a wash issue or something related to the climate change and the environment. Each of those have donor interests, but the city wants as much data as possible for decision making. And so how do you translate these very specific donor-intended funding lines to the broader applicability of open data for decision-making by the city? It's almost an inherent disconnect in the way that urban projects are funded and how they're continued. So that, I think, is a challenge that we really need to keep up front and center when we're designing these projects and thinking about sustainability. So I just wanted to highlight that out from the section.
Other comments on this topic? I think that's really important what Lee just raised, this kind of disconnect, and how do we really cross that, build that bridge to make changes with respect to how these data can be used. And it goes back, I think, to any way that we can identify how decision-making has been impacted by these data. What are those tangible effects and outcomes? If we can find those, I think that's what builds a story. And maybe the tool we use is a story map or something like that, because that really gets into demonstrating the use of the data itself. Next team.
We have Carter's team.
Carter?
Since I took the notes, I figured I'd spare everyone the trouble of having to make sense of my notes. So we tackled, we started off on the data question, and then we jumped down to the sustainability question, and then we jumped back up to the marketing question. So for the sake of time, I'll talk a little bit about data, and specifically the need to leverage networks to really match potential collaborators with potential funders. And as I think Chad talked about, where when you're in the field and you're collecting data, if you can collect some collateral data that could support another mission or another data need while you're there, that's a real opportunity for building value and sustainability across these programs. whether that's allowing these organizations to resell that data or just allowing more stakeholders to gain benefit from it. But we thought that there was a big missing piece for in this larger community of development sponsors and potential data providers for something akin to like a Match.com, where you can bring together like-minded folks that have needs and like-minded folks that have capacity to collaborate on activities, because the networks now are very individual driven. One person knows one person, and Bobby would call me and say, "Hey, I've got this opportunity, or I think I've got this capacity here to do this with regard to data. Who do you know within state that has a need for that? Or do you know someone that I can call at USAID?" And then I'd say, "Well, you should call Chad." And it's just this kind of individual hopscotching of person to person rather than a collective understanding of what are the needs, what are the interests among the potential community of funders and NGOs, and what are the capacity within the world of data providers. So we spent a lot of time talking about that. What else did we talk about? Governments are incredibly important for forcing interoperability through standards, and we talked about that. Even powerful governments are terrible at enforcing standards. U.S. government being no different there. The best way to enforce that is to tie it to funding, but when you don't have a ton of funding for these programs, then the alternative best way is to have it work from the ground up rather than the top down. And when you're focusing on standards and interoperability from the ground up, you need to make it easy for users to adopt that. And by enforcing or requiring difficult standards, large schemas, massive metadata requirements, nobody is going to take the time, and people are going to turn away. And so, focusing on what's minimally necessary for interoperability and compatibility across projects is key. What else? From a marketing perspective, a great recommendation was to present a roadmap. Talk about all the thought that you've put into your project from the data perspective and how that matches to funders' goals, what you've thought through from a sustainability perspective, and how you really connect question A, data value relative to a funder, and transitioning that program to something that's self-sustainable or self-reliant. And so a roadmap presented and open relative to any program is key for marketing and for continued investment from other stakeholders. We talked about public-private partnerships. We didn't really have a good answer for that, but it seemed like it was part of the mix and solutions. Telling a story maps being one option, but telling a story about your project, using data, using visuals, and using actual prose and explaining all that, is having those three elements together is powerful, and it needs to all be easily accessible and consumable. And one good recommendation that we had from a sustainability perspective was to look at the Millennium Challenge Corporation model and how you can spin these local small programs out into NGOs themselves, or transition them to an existing NGO that can continue to maintain and seek funding, where the projects that we sponsor are startups and they gain their own legs and their own they're self-sustaining. So those are the big things that we spent our time discussing.
From folks. Okay, Vivian.
Okay, so I'm not sure what notes were taken, so I'll go off my notes too. But I think, yeah, so first we went a little bit over different type of existing networks, different type of level of networks. So we talked a little bit about the more international networks, like between donors and funders and development banks and all of that. We talked a bit about networks within cities, so connecting the government with some of the civil society, with some of the private sector. Then we talked also about network between cities, so learning from each other's. And then we also went around the private sector, but I'll come back on that. But I think one thing we quickly came back to on this network was a kind of a why, what would be the value proposition of being in those network, and what's the why would you want to be part of a network and be active in that network, and looking at different organization perspectives. So I think from the government, there could be like data value, civic value. From the data providers, and might be getting a job or providing that data, and I guess from the private sector, that's something we're thinking has been untapped so far. So we went a bit further on this, like maybe in emerging markets, some private sector would need informations to go and start expanding in some new markets. So in some of those, like Rotary Club or Chamber of Commerce, so some of those could be good partners. There's also the corporate social responsibility in a lot of cases where there might be companies who want to contribute. As well, I think in our sector as a World Bank, in the resilience sector, I think it's recognized that for all of the lifeline infrastructures and other services, the private sector has a big role. So they also have an interest in having emergency systems and data and all of that. So we went on this private sector, but I think from the note is missing. I thought you included the nice picture of the. Is it?
If you click pretty high, there's on the next window behind it.
Here?
A little bit higher.
Oh, this one? Okay. So, I mean, and maybe one thing we try to model a little bit, also the why and the agreed, the value proposition was in the top corner there, like the data user aspect, so which could be cities or private sector and others, as well as the data creators, and how do we think very similar ideas what was mentioned by Carter before. How do we match this better? How do we know, for instance, some private company might need some data or vice versa? And also, how do we get at those product stories and those evaluation questions? Did they have an impact and so on? So that's where some of kind of trying to schematize some of the value proposition. And I guess one part of it, this discussion somehow at some point went towards certification. I think it was the point of if you are going to, I guess, offer a service or something to a private sector firm or to a government, you might want to ensure the quality. So having some kind of light certification so that you know what kind of a service you're getting and what kind of data quality you're getting and so on. So we really talked mainly about the network and partners. I think at the end, a little bit of marketing, which I think was around so once you identify those value proposition, how do you communicate about those and how do you, I guess, get people interested in those? Yeah, we just started at the sustainability question at the very end, but I don't remember if we had any significant contribution here on this one. But I think all of these elements are part of the sustainability kind of ecosystem in some ways. So yeah, I don't know if I missed anything. Anyone from the group?
Other comment about this? I mean, I thank you all for participating and for representing your groups here. Some things to think about, I think, as we consider what it means to move forward. What we'd like to do with the information we've collected from you is be able to put together this list of observations and come up with some recommendations. I think that we're kind of at a pivotal moment with these sorts of projects to consider how we can better work together. And one of the questions I was asking as we broke up was, is there an opportunity here for us to look at these different sorts of city-based projects and compare them, compare the data we've been collecting and see what we have here. I don't know that we've done an assessment. There might be something out there that I don't know about, but I think this would be valuable and helpful for thinking about these next steps for these kinds of projects. So it's just something I think to consider. I think a couple other things to be thinking about also is, you know, how does what we've been talking about today reflect on these new ways of thinking? Are we thinking outside the box? Are we coming up with new ideas about what it means to move forward? And what do new partnerships look like? What does a sustainability plan look like for these kinds of projects? I still don't know that it's clear in our minds what it means to have sustainable projects, and sustainability is one of those strange words that loses its meaning over time. And I'm actually concerned that urban studies like this are also starting to lose its meaning because it's just becoming so ubiquitous. And do we understand what we're trying to map, and how do we keep that alive in the minds of the decision makers we're working with, the funders, and everyone else, that urbanization is a critical issue of the 21st century, built upon good, sound data. What does all that mean? I think that's something else for us to be considering. I think two other items just to think about is, again, furthering how we might think about leveraging existing resources. That means us sharing. That means sharing resources that we have, and are we willing to do that? And what does that mean, and what do those models look like? And finally, thinking about the ability to also coordinate our results. How do we think about these results in a collective way to be able to share those and get those out there? Those are just some of my thoughts. And now I'm going to pass it off to Lee.
Thank you very much, Melinda. I just mostly want to reiterate my thanks for everyone's contribution. This is a really hard topic we're looking at. It's not just unique to our Secondary Cities Initiative, but it's unique to most projects that are funded by donors, particularly those in the development and education field, where it's a real challenge to sustain them. And I want to know that you're all now being deputized as our as consultants, as unpaid consultants for the Secondary City Initiative. So thank you very much for your volunteering in that capacity. I do have a small presentation to make also for my final closing comments. A lot of people ask me what my role is as the U.S. geographer and what my responsibilities are, and I have a number of responsibilities that most people don't know about, including performing marriages in international waters and conferring honorary degrees. So I have an honorary degree to confer here, if you all will listen to the citation. In recognition of his many years of service addressing public health challenges for at-risk populations throughout the world, his Herculean efforts at addressing these challenges without the benefit of geographic tools and technology, and his demonstration of humility in recognizing that he needs a degree in geography after all, the Office of the Geographer in Global Issues hereby proclaims that Dr. Greg Greenough should henceforth and forevermore be recognized as possessor of the title Honorary Geographer. Done this day, June 17, 2019, Lee Schwartz, the Geographer and Director of the Office of the Geographer and Global Issues, U.S. Department of State. So congratulations. I know how long it can take graduate students to actually get their degree, particularly if you have to write a thesis. So thank you very much. There's your degree.
Well,
congratulations.
Nice.
Oh, there's a photo up here.
That is too funny. That is too funny.
Well, that's the final word I have. We now are going to have a reception outside. Hopefully everyone will continue. I want to again thank Wendy and the CGA, and in particular Amanda and all the work she did, and all of our partners, because like I started with and I'll close with, this is all about partnerships, and we really value your contribution. Do you have some comments to make, Laura?
In closing, as Lee said, we couldn't do it without Amanda's hard work today, so we'd like to present something to her, to thank her very much for her hard work and perseverance. And there's a little something tucked inside to also make it worth your while. So you survived.
That's bourbon.
No, no.
Whiskey.
Pull there.
She already, of course, is a geographer.
That was close.
And now she has tools to get her through both the morning and the evening now that we're complete.
That's good. That's good. The morning and the evening. That's hilarious.
Don't run away because there's a group photo.
Yeah, group photo, so don't drink too much yet before we get that photo. We'll do that. Let's reconvene out here. We'll take a photo, and then you could.
No drinking until the photo.
Yeah,
Oh boy, you guys got me drooling now. I'm already thirsty.
So nice.
Big enough last week.